the second trestle up, it's pretty good.
Okay, maybe
Got
I'm
it?
retarded.
We are red. As far as I know, red is off.
Yep. I will open this meeting of June 16th, 2016. Let the record show all the selectmen are present. We'll open discussion. Oh, you're ahead of the game. Okay. We'll do minutes after. Go ahead. We're deeding.
I'm passing around the dog warrant. There's 2 copies for you to sign. I knew that, that's why I said it.
Really? Oh,
She didn't sign both of them. So I'll give that to the police. And the civil forfeitures, $40.50 and $43 per dog they have to pay now. It's gone down to 46 owners, which is amazing.
Do we collect these monies for the most part?
and a fine.
Oh, yeah, and if they don't pay the civil forfeitures, they go to court. Law states. So it's shall. But I did, to help Terry at the PD, because, I send out renewal letters, and then I'll send out a reminder. And then 2 weeks ago, I made postcards, bright yellow ones, saying, hey, if you don't do it by the 15th, it's going to be an extra $32. People came in. So,
Good, I'm not on.
yeah, you're not...
I'd look to see.
These things have a password?
Your email has a password, that's what's coming up, so it's your email password.
That's if you changed it.
Well, Tim probably changed it on it too.
He wants me to use it, so if he wants me to use this a bit of work. Here, I'm going back to the
Oh,
back.
look at this.
High school, 257. Okay,
Then
just
you'll-
telling you.
Then you'll get all his.
Well, that's what mine still is, because I hadn't changed it.
So what happens is I printed out a report for Terry, because Terry takes it upon herself to call everybody and say, hey, we're coming in, we're going to give you a civil forfeiture. If you don't want them showing up at your house, call the town clerk. So she'll call everybody. It's a lot of work. She does a great job. And I'm very thankful for her. On the deeding, you'll see the notes on the right. I think there's one parcel that was not at the end of the deeding process last year, and that's number 8. Every single one are repeat offenders. Every year.
Wasn't number 8 on last year's list? Not at the end.
Not at the end,
But
she was
about
only-
this
yeah.
time, they hit one.
Yeah.
Seems like I recognize that one as being chronic.
Yeah.
Consistent.
And number 10 as well.
Oh, yeah. We took number 10 last year.
No, it was a couple years ago.
3 years ago,
Was it?
exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
it seems like yesterday.
And we're
I-
back,
Too damn hard.
and we're right back into
Same
that
boat.
position.
Yes, and not a payment since.
Well,
So you'll see the last payments were to stop the 2012 deeds. That was the last payments we received on these properties.
these are the payments that must be received to
By June
stop the
23rd.
deeding process.
Yeah, yeah. So Pat went around and contacted everybody.
Thank you, Pat.
There,
It was 18, right, 19 people.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
So
There,
it's,
I have
Num-
23 on this list.
Oh, you got, that's a
so it was 23.
No, I keep this.
Oh,
So number 3 and number 4 are definitely,
yes.
number
Oh, I don't know about number 4.
Nope,
No
number-
contact.
Number 4, I have had contact with
Right,
them.
right.
They were unaware that the land was in the situation. The brother was, I should say.
I haven't received any contact from them from 6/6. I actually, number 1, it happened to be, the father-in-law came in this morning. I saw the name and I go, is that your son? And I told him, I said, it's on the hit list. He called the son. Son didn't know anything about it. she calls me up and says, I want to get on a payment schedule. I go, no.
Yeah.
You could have been paying all year long.
They didn't
Have
know,
your chance.
they
Yeah.
didn't know.
I said, these are
Every
for-
year
Every
it's
year.
the same
This is the
situation.
Which number are we talking about?
2013
One.
taxes.
Yeah.
And you haven't paid anything.
Right.
And
It's-
every year I knock on the door for
Yeah.
the last 8.
It's
And
a
I know
lot
that
of
person has
work.
been on the door.
I didn't know doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah. The amount of work that goes into all this processing is ridiculous. And, you know, for her to just say, hey, I'll get on payment schedule, no. If you don't pay it, town will take it. My recommendation is
For
to
that amount.
take them all.
He's chronic. No, he just
Okay.
doesn't pay till the
Always
last
chronic.
minute.
It's not
Every year.
worth taking, though, I'm telling you.
No, I,
Doesn't make any
I
difference.
don't care, it's not worth taking.
Doesn't make any difference.
It will cost us, and plus that, to
Okay.
even
I
look
reckon-
at it.
Get somebody that'll put something there that will generate tax revenue.
I agree.
I do not believe that anybody, oh, it's not worth it.
Which
so
number?
You're okay, you
Two.
don't have to pay tax.
Number 2, scrap metal. My recommendation to the board is to take anyone that's not paid.
I've advocated that every single year since I've been here.
And
So,
I get that, but if, you know what? I cannot justify taking a person's home for $100.
so a
They
trailer,
need to pay it, or they need to be in here to talk to us.
they're a property type trailer.
In lieu of not being, sitting there and explaining why they
You
can't come
don't
up
know
with
the
that money.
situation.
It doesn't
When
matter,
you,
they
when
still
you
need to
take a
contact.
trailer,
Need to contact.
when you take a trailer that has really no value to it, as owners of that trailer, we now get to pay the park rent.
Yeah.
So if you have a trailer that only owes $109, and now we've got to pay $200 a month park rent on top of the $109 we owe, it doesn't make any sense
We
to take
removed the
the
trailer.
trailer.
We removed the trailer.
And then we
much?
still pay the park rent.
No, you don't.
Why?
Yes, we
Trailers
do.
Why? We don't have anything there.
We do.
No. Trailer moves, you don't pay.
You
park.
wouldn't pay park rent, you have
Where
nothing
are you
on
going to
that
move
land.
it to?
Pardon me?
Scrapyard, get somebody to take it scrap.
Max Cohen.
It costs us $400 or whatever it costs us, and we get somebody who pays taxes, move in there
Better home,
instead.
pay taxes. I have not.
You're
heard
better
of
off to make a deal with the,
No.
with the mobile home.
I'd rather he paid his taxes, and I'll make a deal for
You make
that.
it for one, then you need to make it for all, don't you?
Everyone.
That's what we do. Usually with trailers like this,
No,
usually.
no, not just trailers, everyone. You can't,
Can't make
We have not
special deals.
excluded anybody,
no, I know.
Peter.
I
We've
know,
not
I
excluded
understand, but-
anybody.
I
No,
hear
but
number
we're
two being
talking now
excluded.
about that one that we may. It's like, because
So it's not worth
We
it.
talk to the trailer park, and usually we find out they're behind on the rent.
Yep.
So we make a deal with the trailer park, we take the trailer,
They
then
don't
they
charge
take,
rent.
they don't charge rent, they take care of it, we sign the trailer over to them because we're now the owners.
We've done that in the past.
We can live with
That's what we
that.
I
But
would
to just let
suggest-
somebody get by with this, I object. I just
Nobody's saying let somebody
Yeah,
get
but
by
there's a
with this, Joe.
process.
Say that. That
Okay.
didn't come out of my mouth.
You just did.
No,
well, it sounded like we were gonna let that
Guys,
one
I
go.
want to talk.
did.
What I would suggest is the selectman's office get in touch with the park management.
We can't do a thing until the 23rd.
No, you can talk to them,
We don't know anything
find out the
over there.
status.
Why would we?
Yeah.
find out the status, and say, what if?
It's public information, right?
No,
Whether you
but they
pay your
can-
rent or not is public
No,
information.
no, if you pay your taxes.
Absolutely, it's public
Oh,
information.
that's in public information,
Yeah.
but whether you have park rent or not, be in arrears or whatever, is not
The-
public
the-
information.
No, but what they'll let us know is, well, we can possibly
Would you
make
be
a deal with
interested?
And
that.
this is what we did last year.
Yes,
And I
that-
just
that
happened to
is-
cross the person.
If you say, okay, let's play, what if, let's make a deal, I'm all for that.
And if it doesn't go through, we can always go through the deeding process again.
Take them to small claims.
You're just giving me more and more work. I want these people to pay their taxes. I have a tax bill on my desk. I cannot pay it right now because I can't afford it.
We only have one that we have to think hard
You know?
about. The rest of them, if they don't pay, just take them.
I don't have to think very hard about any of it.
I agree with
And the
you.
thing of it is, they come, we take them,
I agree with you.
then they come to us, and they're gonna have to play Let's Make a Deal if they want it back.
And buy it back from the selectmen.
But
Once
I
you
just
need to
think
get it
that
out of
this
my
is
office.
more trouble than it's worth on number 2. That's my
I
opinion.
think so too. I agree
Peter,
with
That
what's the
person
price?
lives there.
Come in, take them and scrap them?
I'm telling you, it's more trouble than it's
No, you
worth.
take it to him.
I'm
I'm sure we can find someone that would scrap it. Although it's maybe tough because scrap prices are,
If we take it, that person will
Don't they
be in
just
to
take
make
a
a permanent
backhoe,
rate.
put it in a
If we just let it go, we
dumpster
let it
and
go.
crush it down?
that might be
All
the
I'm
other.
asking to
Yeah.
Usually they'll take the aluminum off.
Right, yeah,
Well-
strip the aluminum and then
Strip the
the
aluminum,
frame
that's worth the
underneath it,
most.
and then just
Yeah,
dumpster for
Then they'll
the,
dumpster the rest.
yeah.
And that's a cost.
This is all
In the last
academic
couple
until the
of-
23rd.
right. In the last couple of years,
we're gonna be
the
on.
midnight hour, he's paid, so
There'll only be a
it's
few
all
on here by then.
going to be
Characteristic.
washed off.
A lot of this conversation's gonna be redundant
Right.
next
Well, I
week.
hope so.
What's the
I
interest
hope
rate,
so.
18?
No, I
They just
don't
reduced
like
it
to
by
have people in
statute
this
to 10, I
position,
think.
but I also
But it had
like
been
my
18,
job.
so.
These people
But
put
I don't
themselves in
know.
this position.
I don't know the legalities.
I don't
Last
have
year-
empathy for
Would
any
you like
of
these back, Cindy?
Every single one of these
Beating list?
people
No, 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 no.
know the situation, know the high interest rate that they're paying, know that they could come in and make payments. And yes, there's
During the
extenuating
year.
circumstances, but there's not one time have we ever not listened to an extenuating circumstance. We've knocked on the door every single year, and every single year, it's getting to be the same people that were knocking on the doors. I know that for 8 years.
Being said, number 9,
Yep.
same thing.
Right. I
4
totally
years,
agree
5
with
years
you.
in a row.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Number 6,
Every
number
single-
3.
Yeah.
All 11 of these, I agree with you. I'm just looking at financial responsibility, weighing, here's 100, and we're going to pay thousands to get rid of it. So I'm just looking at the worth versus that, on that one.
I understand.
I'm saying take them all. I'm saying we need to, do this,
Something like that.
Slap them down hard.
but
You know what, if you
When would I have gotten
think maybe found
In
somebody
your
that
packet, perhaps?
just wants
It's
it,
in my packet.
Yeah,
and
it's
take
there.
it out, and use it for scrap or whatever, just haul it away.
I'm sure we'll find the trailer park will be wanting to make.
I don't want to see that shit in my
we'll do it when it comes. We'll take it up when it
They
comes.
don't want us to choose.
Well,
That's my
you're gonna
only
have-
opinion.
You're gonna have to take it up before June 23rd.
We're not meeting until June
We're
23rd.
not meeting until June 23rd.
Right, but this way you'll have an answer whether or not you're gonna need it.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Because I'm meeting on June 23rd,
If we decide to deed.
yes.
Thursday.
Thursday at 4:15, I hit the button. I'm not on paperwork.
This is a very new trailer park to deal with. Do you want to make a phone call? Do you want me to make a phone call? What do you want to do?
Which one's Windsor?
It's off of Colby.
Oh, I know which one it is.
Yeah, I think it should come out of Selectmen's office, because you're the people that are gonna make that decision. I mean, I can make the phone call, but it's not gonna be cloud. They haven't called me or anything. They're ignoring it. They're totally, everybody on this list has been, not everybody, because I've had some contact,
That's a
has been
cooperative
ignoring it.
one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a co-op.
it is.
You might have people ready, willing, and able to move right in there if that's removed.
Somebody's going to be ready to move right in there.
If the trailer's out of there, somebody might have
That
one.
might happen.
Yeah.
I mean, if you contact Camelot or one of those, then maybe you'd be willing to put one on and sell it as a model.
Yeah, I mean, there's a slab there.
You'll have to find out what's going on
What's going on with that
with that particular
person?
parcel
Joyce,
trailer park.
can you come up here for a sec? It's public, we're all in public.
We're only using numbers.
Number 2,
Yep.
can you contact the Trailer Park Association and
Learning the
see
lingo.
what,
Year 3 for me.
like we did
Year
up at
3.
Windy Hill?
Yep.
If we do
No,
take
this is
it,
year
would they take it off? And if we got rid of it, what are the chances of them putting another one on and all that kind of, okay.
I don't have the total of the deal right now.
All right. Before Thursday, so that we can make a decision whether to take it.
It's a good chunk.
And I also want to mention that every single person on this list owes 2013 lien, 2014 lien, 2015 lien, and the 2016 lien.
No, there only should be 2 liens and a deed, right? This is 2013 liens,
Right,
right?
this is up for deed. There's
Right.
2014 and 15 liens out there that have not been paid.
Right.
And the 2016 first issue that hasn't been paid. You know, I'll work with anybody, and everybody knows that, I mean, I'll take $20 a month.
It's too late to take $20 a month on a $5,000
Well,
bill.
they all know it.
Yeah,
They all know, whatever they can give me,
Right.
you know, even if I'm not here, if it's closed, drop it in the mailbox with an envelope. you
There was
know?
a couple that came in here that were still years away from the deeding process and made arrangements to pay their taxes as best they can. No problem. No problem. I have a problem when people do not return our phone calls.
Absolutely, and number 1 and 2, I did payments for them because you wanted to beat them last year. That's more work, it's very time consuming and arduous, and I'm not willing to do that. I mean, if you really want me to, I'll do it, but I don't want to do it.
I think
I've got
that's,
enough on my
I
plate.
think that's up to you and your office.
No,
I'm a team player.
give that order.
yeah.
I am,
Order me.
better stop collecting our monies. Yeah, I agree with you. These, they're not learning the
No, they
lesson
could have
by
made
making
payments
agreements.
all year long.
Yeah, we do them a favor and they don't learn
adamant
from
about
it.
And on the
this.
last payment,
We didn't used to
I
take
say to them,
trailers
"Hey,
because it
let's
was
keep
too
this
much
up.
trouble.
Now, let's start on the next year.
We didn't
Now,
used to
it's-
take, the
it's
first time I
working.
was here,
Let's
there
not
were
be in
like
the
7 or
same
8
position
trailers
next
and nobody
year
wanted to
that
take them. We were gonna take the smaller claims.
It's cheaper.
No,
It's a hell of a lot cheaper.
18%
Not
kind
in
of screams
favor.
right up at me.
Plus penalties. So the penalties are if they do research on if they have mortgages, or if anybody with the interest in the property. There's, and I'm gonna get those packets for next week, and I'll show you those. Those all, because I don't want to get them all together now, because people are gonna pay. So, you know, it just adds up to be flipping it.
Right, okay.
All right?
Before you go, we have a Boston Post cane recipient, Rachel Glidden on 39 Chestnut Street.
It's RACHELGLIDDEN.
Yep. Would Monday at 3:30 for everyone, or Tuesday 1 to 3:30, or 6 PM?
Tuesday'd work better for me.
So,
Tuesday doesn't work for me. I have an afternoon meeting. Monday the 20th works fine for me. This is when we're talking about, right?
Monday or Tuesday, whichever works best.
Tuesday doesn't work for me.
Okay,
So it is
John,
what it is.
it's at 3:30, you're
Yeah,
working.
that's okay.
Peter, are you out of work?
Somewhat. So you're talking 3 o'clock-ish on either day?
On either day?
Right now, though, either one works.
Right,
Okay.
so Captain can't do Tuesday, no.
I can't do Tuesday.
Can you do Monday? You can't do Monday.
You can't do Monday or Tuesday?
I can do Tuesday.
You could do Tuesday, but not Monday. I
I'll
can
get
do-
the most that you can get there, and
I
if I
can do
can't
either
do it, I
day.
can't do it.
I get the day off tomorrow.
My heart and my congratulations go to this person, whether I'm there or not. I went to the last one. It's very nice. I like going.
Okay, 3 o'clock? What time's your meeting on Tuesday?
2 to 4. It just is what it is.
Now Sue went to out of state,
Out of town,
out of town.
Franklin.
No longer
Did-
qualifies.
Maybe we could invite her back for the parade as a former Post Cane recipient.
Get them both in the
That
car.
would be a first.
We've never done that.
Yeah,
That'd be
like
a
it.
first.
yeah.
There's a lot. Well, no, maybe there isn't a
Usually
lot
the
of
former
farmers.
ones,
They're gone.
That's why it would be a very unique situation.
They're no
That's
longer
true.
on planet.
All right, so it's,
She's great, though.
I wouldn't want to be the owner.
it's either 3 o'clock
I know
on
where that's
Tuesday
going.
or 3:30 on Monday. So I can't be here at 1 on Tuesday. I can be here around 3 on Tuesday.
Pick a day and time, let me know.
Yeah, I mean,
It's between one of you not being there.
if you want to go with Monday, that's fine.
And
I've
it's
done
okay
this-
either way.
I've done this many times through my tenure.
flip a coin.
No, just go with Monday. That's all right.
All right, Monday?
3:30? Well,
Where,
okay,
here?
hold on a second. Can we get the press out by Monday? That's another thing. Laconia Citizen and Echo?
And the other record, paper of record?
We don't call them anymore, remember?
Monday. But
Do we
that
call
the
them any
people would
less?
like to see it in that newspaper.
They would.
What
Right.
newspaper?
They would.
The newspaper that we made a motion that we
Yeah,
wouldn't
we're not
use.
going to use.
No, that we're not gonna pay to use.
No, we didn't say we're not gonna use, because they report it
How about
incorrectly
the
all the
Concord
time.
Monitor?
Yeah, I think it's a waste of money. We can, but I think it's
They'll-
better in the
It's not a
sun.
money, it's, they come up and do it.
It's a story.
It's a
Oh,
story.
well,
Well, then call them, by all means. I don't want to pay to put an ad in a paper that...
It's not an ad.
It's not an ad,
I'm
it's
just
a
finding this
story.
out. I'm okay, I'm okay.
no, but people like myself go with the paper of record that we're
Can we
talking
get
about,
the
because
press
it's
there
free.
Monday, 3:30, do you think? If we can't, we're gonna have to change it to Tuesday and make sure that they're all there. And then we'll let the selectmen that can make it. Got it?
So you're
But it
still
has
on
to be
warning
at
status,
3
you mean?
on Tuesday.
So it's Monday at 3. Or it's not.
Monday at 3:30 or Tuesday at 3. Those are the two times.
Just let me
Yeah,
know what
okay.
happens.
Let me know how that works out. I'll be there on Monday.
What's that?
Echo
Laconia Citizen and Concord Monitor.
and the sun.
No.
We're
No,
not paying for it.
No.
we don't use the sun for a very important reason. We do not use the sun.
Because Gail works there.
No, because it's
No.
in the best interest of the town of Tilton.
Right,
Okay,
because,
gotcha.
yeah,
They have made factual errors and omissions and made things up
very
in the
slanted,
past.
Okay.
They have.
sensationalism. So, they can have it.
All
I
right.
think that's the paper most people read, but I agree.
I never read it.
Yeah, I do.
So I guess, past performance is indicative of future, huh?
They haven't made any attempts to change
I thought it was the other one.
and right the wrong.
No, we've
Well, they
contacted
haven't
them,
come to
let them
kiss our
know,
butt.
and they've done nothing.
And there's a couple of them I don't have any use for
Okay.
on a personal basis.
Me either.
There's no police here. I need to give them the warrant. Are they coming?
We're waiting for the W-9. Tim's, that's for the concert series. Tim's gonna hold that check
I'll put it in the computer.
and not
I
give it
will
to him.
It looked like
text
your
them and tell them to send somebody down
That's
before
my question.
Christmas.
That's your question.
That's
Right.
salt.
She,
Yes, I am nuts.
And then
okay,
you got
but
salt?
until we get the new one, they're not getting their check. That's the deal.
There's no
Yeah.
intent to do that either. There's no intent to receive a check until the
Right.
W-9 is signed.
Right.
Good.
Let's just move on from there. That's the decision. It's being made out of,
I'm done.
going out of proportion here. All right.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Play nice.
Thanks.
Good luck with that.
See you next week up here.
Alrighty.
We'll make sure we put you on the agenda.
Where's the stuff? stuff.
I got one here.
You got
Oh,
a file there?
That's full of, complete. That's complete, right?
As far as I know. It looks, I believe it is.
Yep.
Oh, so that was a couple.
Okay. I sent a message for the chief to pick the dog warrant up. Pines Community Center. Oh. Oh, yeah. We've been asked to make a decision.
I'd like to make a motion
Well,
that
okay.
we pay the outstanding invoice that we have received from the Pines as it is for services already rendered.
I'll second it for discussion. Let me reiterate, we've been asked to take a second look at the payment for the Pines Community Center and asked to consider that our payments to them are services already rendered.
I would like to say, as the maker of the motion, that I don't want anybody sitting here or anybody watching this tape to think that the motion to pay the outstanding invoice is indicative of a desire to continue to fund the Pines going forward unless they have made adequate, written, satisfactory, verifiable, documentable progress toward the issues that have faced them over there recently and in the past.
And that's your opinion you're expressing, right?
Only my opinion.
Anybody else?
I don't think we should pay for something that was not given. And in my estimation, the services that we theoretically are buying were not rendered. If I brought my car into a car garage and to have the engine tuned up and drove out of the yard and a half mile down the road the engine fell out, would I be paying that garage? I don't think so. I think the engine fell out. I think the services...
Well,
were
technically, you would have paid them before you left the garage, so they wouldn't have let
I
you.
would have canceled the check by the time I
Okay.
got back to the garage. I'm just saying,
If the garage made good on the engine,
I don't think the services that and I'm saying theoretically because we're not paying for services. What we're doing is illegal. But nevertheless, the monies that you're asking us to give back to them, I think the services were atrocious. Just my opinion.
Okay, John.
I thought that we had a lump sum for the total cost for them to supply services for
Yep.
a year, and it wasn't like by the quarter. It was just that we were making quarterly payments on it. So I don't know how 25% comes out to be for the services before, or, how does that work out? I can see Joe's point, and I'm leaning towards that, and agreeing with it, with stipulations that until, would be no more checks until,
When it gets to town meeting and it's approved at town meeting, they've already gone through most of the first quarter, and then we write a check at that time, that's the first quarter. That's for services that from January to March.
I didn't see anything in their budget request that it was for quarterly payments. It was for one lump sum.
It was for one lump sum, correct?
And we ask for quarterly so that we don't have to go and borrow money.
That's right.
And get TANs or something to pay it, and it helps us and helps them, but
I should
think
say
they've
that
asked
my
for quarterly.
understanding is that they wanted to receive it
They've
on a
asked for the
quarterly
quarterly.
they
basis.
need that.
Right.
They don't need a giant sum of money, they need money ongoing to do their programs. That's my
Working with
understanding.
us.
You mean, so we're not buying services from them? We are supporting their operations.
We're paying them in the manner in which we're invoiced.
Okay. Joyce, you have anything to add? Peter?
At some point in the future, I want to see how they apply that annual fee for services, because I'm at the point I want to start shopping around in other facilities and say, what can I get for, and pick a number, X amount of dollars, can you do to help our citizens out?
I would certainly be willing to entertain any and all ideas.
Yeah.
And I have yet to see anything from the Pines that I would say was definitive in resolving this in my mind. I just haven't.
No, they're trying to move in that.
I've heard rumors, but
Have you
talk
read
is
the
cheap.
email?
No, I haven't been near a computer, I really haven't.
Oh, you read your email.
They did go and do some major changes, start creating a thing to protect children against abuse based on federal and state standards and laws and
There's still
stuff.
holes in it.
There's a lot of holes in it. One of the things is, it says that they may interview the prospective employees, doesn't say that they will. And when it comes to abuse, it says that anybody who sees it should do it.
Yeah.
But doesn't say that they must do it, but the one thing that they must do is tell the insurance company.
And I believe it is the law that they have to report.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good step forward. I think they put it together, and they're going in a really good direction. Not complete, but I think because of the summer program and the parents that are stuck, and they got to keep this, something going, and I believe with this policy, and I would expect for that to be corrected and forthwith.
Yeah.
That's my, and I forget what the motion was, how you worded it, Joe.
To pay them, basically pay them that last payment we said no on.
Without making a future payment.
It's just that one
It's
payment.
just the payment that is outstanding right now. Any future payments are totally dependent on another set of criteria.
I don't see it as outstanding.
That they're asking for.
What do you think, Ms. Chair?
Is it any different than like the fire district? Don't they bill quarterly?
It's to our
They
advantage,
divide
but
by-
We,
Yeah, it is.
I don't remember how we pay them. They asked us to change that a couple of years ago. I think Northfield pays them one lump sum. There's some way, the way Northfield pays them, it kind of inhibits them. But you're not, remember the fire district is a little different.
for buying services?
Well,
we are buying services. When my house is on fire, I'm
We-
buying those guys to show
we're
up.
buying services, we are in the district.
That's true.
So we collect their taxes for them.
Yes, I understand.
We're not
realistically how it
buying
works.
anything from them, we're just collecting taxes for them.
Yes,
We're not giving them our, part of ours.
no.
There's a big difference.
What do you think? Curious, tossing it around.
I was kind of hoping nobody would ask me that, but I'm very conflicted when it comes to this because, you know, for years and years and years as a selectman, I've heard we're buying services, buying services, and we're not a part of it. Yet, Northfield is not, they did not withhold funds for future. They're doing it just a little bit different than what we're doing it. And they also made us aware that it was for services rendered. Well, technically, if we really look at it, how is it for services that are rendered if we do a lump sum? It's a yearly thing. But then you're really on the total opposite side of the spectrum. We have other agencies that we buy services from, and if any one of those agencies have gone through what these people have gone through, would we be treating it any differently than what we're treating this right now? And I think that we would. I think that there's a level of emotional tie to the Pines than there is with Franklin V&A, or Community Action, or Genesis, or New Hampshire Association for the Blind. And because it truly, truly affects people, residents, our friends, our family, and they're asking, they're not asking for our help because we can't give them our help, but we've made a decision not to fund future.
Is that what that vote was? Not having been here, I'm at a disadvantage.
Withhold. We
Was it hold the
withhold,
check or not fund future operations?
withhold funding.
Immediately suspend payments.
Right,
And that has not got anything to do with future funding,
right,
not
Right.
by the motion.
right. And the way I look at that is that if an agency came in and said, this is what we want to do for the town, these are the services that we can offer to the town, this is what we were going to charge the town, this is what it's going to cost us, and these are the safeguards that we have in place to make everything possible to happen for the best interest of the town of Tilton, then we would take a look at that, a real serious look at that, and say, okay, it is or it isn't. We look at the policies, procedures, like we do every single agency. We look at what they do fiscally. We look at their financial status. We look at where their grants and donations are coming from. Every year, we look at that. And then we say, are they delivering what they really are supposed to be delivering?
Yes, it should be, but should isn't.
And we would do that again
It's only
when we meet with them.
suggesting.
But until then,
And that was.
we made a vote to suspend the payment. Now the question is it in arrears or is it not in arrears? That's where the question lies. And if it's in arrears, I would vote to say, go ahead and do that. That was services that our townspeople have already used, then we pay it.
And so what have you actually said there?
I
What does that mean exactly?
If it's in arrears, but Joyce, do we know how that's calculated? Is it actually in arrears, or
Well, if it was in arrears, how could they have functioned until now?
is it for services already rendered?
No one can answer those questions.
There was one
Yeah.
time and asked if he could have the second or third payment. It was the third payment up.
A couple of years ago, we did that, right.
I mean, they're on a calendar year, we're on a calendar year.
Okay. On their request to the Budget Committee, it doesn't say anything about that. They're requesting funds. I forget what their application is.
No, and neither does the Tilton Northfield Fire District, but we do that. They work it out with the finance director afterwards. Same way with Franklin V&A, we do it. Community Action takes it all at once.
Fire district isn't an outside
Yeah,
agency,
but
it's not comparable. Those are
Franklin V&A.
those
I mean,
are their
there's nothing that,
We're giving them.
Sometimes it's good
It's
not
worked
to
out
owe
with the finance.
$300,000 all at once,
It's-
or
it's-
$500,000.
It's worked out with the finance director after that.
yeah.
You know, sometimes they don't take it to the end of the year, sometimes the agencies take it at the beginning of the year, sometimes they split it a half a year, half a year. I mean, I've seen everything. You've seen everything, how they take it.
Sometimes they don't even ask.
And sometimes they, sometimes the $500 ones, they forget to take it. We've been asked because
Is there a financial need that they have?
there is a financial need. As of July 15th, there's no longer funding, there's no longer funds for them to keep the,
Is that new information?
that was information that was given to us by the chairman over in Northfield.
Okay. Well, I was there, is that the
Joyce?
day I was there?
Oh, we corrected now. There's 81 folks in the camp, and that as of July 15th, there is no further funds after that.
That is correct. That's what
Okay.
I was told that by Lee.
Yep.
Okay, I missed that July 15th. I heard that the programs were going on.
That sounds like they run out of money because Northfield's portion's gone, and then we pay up the second half. It's not necessarily fees from campers.
Fees from campers pay for the summer camp. Well, I shouldn't get into that because I'm not
I would
really
like to see that at
positive
some
that.
point, yeah.
Yeah.
We need to
We can
investigate.
crawl into
Because that
there,
is a question.
audit
I
with
know.
a microscope, and I'm all set with
But-
that. But
but-
my motion
right. It's because of
to
the,
pay this particular invoice.
When were they going to meet with us?
well, that's the next thing on the docket, to talk to. They would really like to meet the 27th or the 28th, according to the email. Did you finally read the email?
I
Okay.
saw the email.
They would like us to meet with the boards on the 27th and 28th. Northfield would like to incorporate it with their meeting over there on Tuesday, the 28th, so they don't have to meet again.
I think that's planning board for me.
That's,
It
you
is
know,
what
it's
it is for me.
it's planning board for Catherine, so Catherine doesn't get to go. We have to find a night that's going to be meet
The
for all of
Monday
us.
should
Yeah,
be free.
yeah.
We're free, I'm free Monday, the 27th.
Is there a reason they're not coming to ours on Thursday? Are we jammed up?
The Thursday was not mentioned. Joyce, you're going to have to get in on this one because Thursday was not mentioned. It was in the email from Rose that simply said the 27th or the 28th, the Board of Directors and the council would like to meet with us.
Right, and there was a subsequent email from Glenn saying that their board, only 2 of the 3 selectmen could make it on the 27th, but all 3 are available on the 28th. And that they will work around their regular meeting, and their regular meeting starts at 5. They would participate in a joint meeting at 6, and then resume their regular meeting later.
But we can't, all our selectmen cannot do it on Tuesday. So how many can do it on Monday, the 27th, at 6?
Yes.
And is there a reason
It's
we're
the
not doing
fourth
it on our selectmen's meeting?
Monday.
Because they first offered Monday and Tuesday.
I can do that.
It's when the Board of Directors, you can? Monday?
Monday, I'm good.
I believe so.
Monday, you good?
I can do Monday if I absolutely have to. It doesn't make me happy.
All 5 of the selectmen can meet on Monday at 6 PM. All 5 of us cannot meet on Tuesday.
Tuesday's zoning and sewer. Monday is conservation.
When,
No.
is it?
No.
It was the week before.
The week after is...
Sewer is next week,
Yeah.
Tuesday.
The 28th,
28 is fire commissioners and planning.
again, the selectmen, there's 4 that can meet on Tuesday, there's 5 that can meet on Monday, so we would prefer Monday.
Why aren't we just telling them the only night we can
Monday
meet
night.
is Monday?
All right, back to the discussion on the,
4 on Monday.
Or Thursday night?
no,
All 5.
all 5 on Monday.
I have a cooking class on Tuesday anyway, so
So
Tuesday's out.
Tuesday's out, Tuesday's out, we've got Monday.
Examples?
black bean burritos, I think.
I'm telling you right now.
All right, so let's call the question on the motion was to, read the motion
Pay.
back, Gail?
pay outstanding invoice for claims as it is for services already rendered.
Not really an invoice.
Isn't that what they send us?
Request for payment?
Request for payment. I don't know if it's a bill. I've never actually looked at it.
They send a request
They do?
All right.
So it's an invoice?
No, well,
by email. They send a request saying, please send us our payment.
Do they actually invoice us?
There is no,
Okay.
request for payment.
There's the email as the invoice.
All right.
I just have one quick question, and they have enough money to carry on till July, first week of
15th.
July? 15th, okay.
But there's no way to say, to definitively say whether it's in arrears or not in arrears.
No, it's just
Sounds
not,
like it's going forward.
it's just not,
They have
It's just
money
a
till
request.
we
July
just don't
15th.
bill it that way. It just doesn't come in at that kind of request. It's a lump sum request from them. We just haven't divided this one up into 4 quarters.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, reluctantly.
I'm not,
No, I know.
I agree.
Yes. Opposed?
No,
Let the record show, absolutely no way. Jose?
That's a no.
I just want to say, I won't wait. I wanted
like
to wait till
absolutely.
after I met with them, because there still is time.
Well, going forward, everything depends on meeting with them. Everything.
You know,
May I make a clarification here? Is this the second, motion passed, by the way, the second quarter, or are we just going till June when we made that suspension?
The motion is for to pay the request.
no.
We don't have a request.
The request is over $60,000.
They sent us a request for $60,000, Joyce? No, they
They
didn't.
want the second quarter payment, which
15
is
grand.
15,
Okay, then, that was the request, 15 grand, or whatever that request was, that's what my motion,
Second payment.
Yes.
So that's very simple, then. It is going into the future.
no.
Yeah. Of
yes.
course it is.
It
How do you
has to.
figure?
Because,
We paid for the first 3 months. Now we're in the second 3 months. There's still two more requests coming for,
but the second
July.
3 months says, the
We
second
just-
part of the 3 months, second set of 3 months hasn't occurred yet.
just because they have
Okay.
enough money to make it halfway through those 3 months, doesn't mean that we're not paying for things we already received.
Well,
Wait a minute,
they have
though.
one less salary
They
to
have
pay.
monies until July. This has already been voted on, but what you're saying isn't so. They have monies to function up until July.
That's correct.
This isn't for services already rendered. The monies we paid them obviously paid for those services. This monies is for future needs.
How they do their accounting, apparently they don't have any money in the bank.
Well-
And are they gonna use that for going forward? Yeah, but the request is for March, April, May,
Just so
and June.
people understand that this is a, never mind.
They're going to use the money in
The
July.
record shows I voted
No doubt in
no.
my mind.
No,
Absolutely no.
they have 2 less personnel, too.
No, yeah.
Okay.
They have less families. Families have dropped out.
They have more than they had before. They're up to 80 families now.
Oh, and are they from Tilton?
I have no idea.
I have a request. We're moving on from that, are we not? Okay. I have a request. I received a piece of political advertising in my Selectmen's folder, and I would appreciate not receiving political advertising in my Selectmen's folder. If I wanted that kind of abuse, I could open my mail at home.
I get it all the time.
Well,
Years.
at home, maybe that's one thing.
That's pretty
But I
funny.
have control what goes in here, and I don't have control what goes in my mailbox.
All right, we're moving on from the subject. Everybody's okay with that?
Moving
All right.
on, yes.
All right, Johnny. You're up.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Oh, I thought I saw the selectmen for a second. Yes, I'm here with you guys have the RFP for the sidewalks. I don't know if you guys have had the chance to look it over yet.
We do?
Yeah, it's in the computer.
Well,
And get a,
I don't take things out of the computer because usually I don't have time. Like
Oh.
right now, I'm doing some catch-up, so I have not seen them. Everybody sure?
Relish that.
If you want me to see something, don't send it by computer,
How, in the
unless I've
future-
got a month or two to look for it.
Hand it to
You're
her.
gonna hand me, here.
Okay, so in the future you want me to,
And you need to somehow give me a paper copy, but when did you send it? Tell you.
it was May or?
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
And I don't go backwards. So if I missed it, it's gone. I'm sorry, but that's
So does
just,
that mean when you send an email, you don't read the replies that people send, or?
sometimes I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was.
I did reply to one of yours.
I just saw it.
Notice it was only to you.
Okay.
June 8th.
Was it June? Okay, June then.
The June 8th, it says sidewalk RFP. When you scroll through it, I don't see it.
In the future, when things that we're going to be deciding on for that night, in the past, we've always had copies for each of the selectmen in our folders, because that's what we're voting on. That's what we're looking at.
I can make
Well,
up
it's
those-
not up to you, we're just
No,
not talking to you.
sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Does everybody have it?
I didn't itemize this one. I did do some work on the ones for the roads. Would you guys rather see it that way? If you happen to have had a chance to look at the ones for the RFP that I sent you last time for the roads, I can itemize it like that one before it goes out, if you would like. That way, when we start to receive the RFP back in these packets from contractors, you have a better, for lack of a better term, apples to apples bidding contest.
This is the one that you commented on, if we're doing it in bulk or by the ton, or...
So where do I
One of them, yeah.
Little triangle.
Yeah, on the roads he did. It was a better breakdown.
Is this in the triangle?
In the triangle.
Yeah? Is it under dashboard?
No, it's on,
It's in your email.
if go in your email and put sidewalk plan up at the top.
Oh, it's in the email?
Yes.
Really?
The one without the attachment?
No, go in Google Drive and type sidewalk RFP. It'll come right up.
Sidewalk RFP, Main and School Street is what the email is. And then there is a attachment onto it, because I opened it up.
Right there?
Oh, yeah, that's in there. Like that.
Aye.
Is that it?
And that's Joey. I can see that
Yeah.
in there.
Huh?
June 8th.
What do we need to know? Let's move on and we'll get the paper copies.
So is this a lump sum bid?
Why is this doing this?
Right now it's set up as a lump sum bid. What I can do is...
I hate lump sum bids.
Right.
Do what?
I can take it out very easily and
Edit.
do estimates and itemize it,
Up there?
just like I did the road RFP.
Sidewalks, you could do either by the ton or the square yard, doesn't really matter.
I can do, for sidewalks, it's actually probably, I think most of them like to bid them per square yard.
Where did you want me?
So, I can do them by square yard, just it's easy, and break it down, just like I did the road.
Because if we provide the estimates, then it's a level playing field on the bid when we just say bid this sidewalk.
How many feet is that?
Right.
You know what I mean? How many feet? That's a basic,
Yeah,
if I'm gonna ask somebody to pave my driveway, first thing he's gonna ask me is, how long is it? That's the
Yeah.
only way they can give you that kind of information.
because what I'm looking to try to do with these RFPs and moving into the future is, I want to create them so that once we
give
are
us-
structured enough, it'll be more of a plug-and-play type deal, so that,
That's absolutely fine, but
So then-
going forward, I think we need that information so that they can
Just
all
got
be
me
bidding
through
on the same thing. Otherwise, 10 people are gonna have to send guys down here and
Ah,
measure.
it's doing all kinds
Right,
of cool
right.
And
stuff.
how many companies are willing to do that? So if we don't get any responses to our RFP based on a
Okay,
complete
that's frightening.
incomplete
2 fingers,
request,
so I
If I
can,
be
remember
surprised.
correctly,
2 fingers.
if I remember correctly.
I'm gonna go get the black
told
one, this
that
really sucks.
Every contractor, we've got one coming up, a paper copy coming up. They've gone downstairs and got it, getting it.
What's your problem? You didn't answer my question either. I'll discuss it later.
and any company that's absolutely serious about this is gonna send a guy.
But their measurements are always different from different
Well, that's why
contractors
when
measure
you
different.
when you give them,
The measurements, this is
they're
what we
bidding
go
the
by,
same,
right.
and then at the end you
So-
measure it.
Why wouldn't you have taken heed of his email way back then and changed it at that point?
I worked on the road, one at that point.
That's
but-
not my question.
I
My
s-
question is, the sidewalk is the one that needs to go out and go out now. Why wouldn't you have changed it at that point?
I just ran out of time. I've been working on the roads, but I can change this one easy enough to match, just like the road one. Only I would do it probably in a square yard, as opposed to where the roads was mostly tons and...
And that's probably easy enough for
Yeah.
you to do, but it's gonna be put off for another week. And now we're gonna ask contractors almost to the end of June to be bidding on jobs that they've probably already got booked, their work booked until October.
Well, what I was thinking of, if you guys are okay with it, I can come up with a square yard bid, plug them all in, and if you are okay, we can advertise just as soon as I have those numbers.
Which corner of Onion's Restaurant?
This corner right here,
I thought we were going out to the other side of it when we first talked about this.
Mechanic Street,
Not all the way to Mechanic Street, but the other side between,
the Mechanic Street side, though. The
no,
corner.
we always talked about this corner, and we did mention going to Mechanic Street at one point, but with the money that we had put in for, with this year town meeting, and we only, for estimate-wise, it was only enough to do from this corner around and back down to Main Street.
well,
I mean, if I can,
I would have it go to the eastern side of Onions, because at least there's an alleyway there, rather than just having this joint in the middle of the sidewalk, which is what will happen. I would like to see what the bid is to go from that, at least the alleyway, where a joint would make sense. And if we have to transfer some monies from somewhere to make up $1,000 or something, I can't imagine it's gonna be much more, because they're already gonna mobilize all that equipment. We're just talking materials, really, and a little bit of labor.
Everybody agree?
I can change
What's the
our,
price per ton running these days?
well, they do it in square yards. It's actually varying quite a bit, because now that GMI has opened up in Franklin, they're way down. They're into the 50-something dollars per ton, like $58. But, so there's gonna be a big...
Thank you.
The only thing we're gonna have to figure out is, I'm not so sure about their, state lab yet, so they might not be able to get in with their mix. But I think it's been hitting right around $70 a ton, as far as
That's FOB or in place?
in place, as far as road goes. Sidewalks, I haven't seen yet.
So that's how many tons in a foot? square?
It's been so long since I've estimated, I have to,
Depends on the thickness, I would imagine.
yes.
Well, it's 2 inches here.
Well, 2 inches for the base, 3 for the, and this is also a square yard.
So this is for, you're gonna have 5 inches of asphalt on the sidewalk?
No, it's 2 for the base and 1 for the
Oh, 3
top.
inches total.
Yeah, so that's the way that Tilton has it always
This
done.
says 3/4 inch base, 2 inches depth compacted. I don't understand, that doesn't make sense to me. Between this is apostrophe, 3/4 inch base, 2 inches.
It's 3/4
depth
binder.
compacted.
That's your largest stone.
3/8 inch top coat, 1 inch depth compacted.
What's the cost difference if we went to half-inch? And whether it's a modified binder or surface is the base cost, because you're not getting the weight. And a 3/8 top, if you go the half-inch, we could cut the 2 inches back. We could go 1
Is that
1/4 to 2.5. And if you want 3/8 on
So
the
it
top
should
to
say
seal it up
3/4
better,
inch
that's
base
fine,
at
or
2
the half
inches.
inch doesn't
What does
matter.
that do to
Deep
the
compacted?
sidewalk over time? Is that a 20,
longevity of it.
10-year sidewalk?
You- you-
Is
well,
that
you're
a
not-
15-year sidewalk?
You're not
Let's
getting
not
the
have
weight
2
on it.
conversations going at one time.
Well, I didn't get my answer.
The
Question
deeper
answered.
it is for the heavier traffic. Sidewalks, foot traffic, the sidewalk machine in the winter isn't gonna do a whole lot to
Well,
it.
there's a frost heave thing in New Hampshire, so does it
that's-
make any difference?
No,
with
because it's the base that will determine whether your roads or sidewalks hold up with the
Well, this
frost.
is pretty heavily traffic out here. Catherine, you
But
have a
just
question?
Foot traffic.
So my question is, under the first bullet of scope of work, what is 3/4 inch base and 2 inches depth compacted? And
It's
that's all-
3/4 inch binder that's gonna be laid to 2 inches thick when it's been rolled.
Okay,
Which
that's
means
not what
it's
this
2.5
says.
inches loose.
So this should say 3/4 inch binder base at 2 inches deep compacted.
Well, I don't know if we wanna do 3/4 binder on a sidewalk.
Well,
She's
I'm
looking
just saying terminology. that it's-
Terminology.
It doesn't make
You
any
read it
sense the way it's
And see if
written.
it makes
I don't-
sense to you.
I don't know anything about asphalt, so I'll leave that to you, the expert.
On page 2.
On page 2, under scope of work.
So would you prefer it 3/4 inch base at 2 inch depth compacted?
I'd like it to make sense, because right now it
I
seems
can't help
like...
you because it makes sense to me, sorry.
Yeah, but you're asphalt people, but
If it ain't asphalt,
at
it
it-
ain't my fault.
if you look at this 3/4 inch binder, oh, they've changed it. I couldn't track it. It doesn't make sense. How can you have a 3/4 inch base that's 2 inches
No, that
deep?
3/4 inch base is a binder that the maximum stone is 3/4 inch.
I suspected that, because that's what John said,
So
but that's not what this says.
Catherine is saying,
Huh?
spell it out.
Well, that's what
Oh,
it's
yeah.
saying. Base and binder are synonymous to the tire guys.
Well,
It's the bottom layer.
If you like, I can put add in there and make it,
You're changing it, Joyce.
oh, did Joyce change it already?
She's doing it as we speak.
Oh, okay.
Watching it change.
I see Peter Fogg just flagged that. That's really weird. It's freaky.
Huh?
How'd you get into
You saw me streaking?
All these little flags in the
Get into my
document.
computer.
Guys, let's reel it in here. This has been way out there since 4:30. Come on, let's bring it back.
If that's what they, you guys understand the language, I trust you. That's
I was gonna
right.
say, isn't DOT normally half inch, 1 1/4, 1
We-
1/4, 2.5
Are we gonna
total?
add?
For sidewalks?
Yeah.
Sidewalks is still kind of new to me. I haven't built a lot of sidewalks. So,
What sort of heavy traffic do we have on this area here? And I'm not talking people walking.
I don't understand the question.
It's just people walking, it's a sidewalk.
2.5 inches versus 3 inches. I'm trying to save money. I'm saying 2 lifts at 1 1/4 each for a total thickness of 2.5 instead of 3 inches.
There's a
Sidewalk
lot
plow?
of foot traffic out
Yeah, but foot
front
traffic doesn't,
and here.
yeah, that doesn't
You've
affect it.
got bicycles,
That
I see them
doesn't-
all the time, but other than that,
I'm talking heavy rigs.
The only,
For the sidewalk
A
machine.
sidewalk, you don't have a
Equipment for
heavy rig.
painting.
Then we don't need, that's why I'm saying we don't need it that thick.
In doing the only thing that would be putting weight on it would be...
The driveway right out here, and there you can thicken it out.
Sidewalk machine.
sidewalk machines, that's...
Yeah, but that's also when the ground's frozen, or close to frozen.
Well, you have it in the
equipment,
spring
we're
when it's
talking
freeze
about
thaw.
having the painting done,
They use lifts.
and they use a lift that would be rolling across the sidewalk. That's the only thing.
And all you do with
That's
those,
the
if there's
summer.
any question, they'll put some either steel plates or plywood under the lift, tires to disperse the load.
And there's no difference
it
in
up
how
to you
long
guys
the
to know.
the thing will last.
Not
That
really.
that is, so. But my question was, are we going to add a addendum or something onto there to say, also include additional cost that it would be to continue from there to the...
Yeah, that needs to
alleyway?
go in.
I was getting to
We
that,
can add
John,
that
yep.
language, you know.
But besides that, I'm okay with everything
No,
else.
Catherine wants this to be changed to include the RFP
Yeah.
to have that done.
I'd like both prices.
I'm actually
You really
in,
want a seam in the middle of a sidewalk?
I'm inclined to
Well, there'll
say
be one
yes to that,
somewhere.
because there would be a seam right in the middle of the sidewalk, where, if
There's
it
gonna be a
ended where
seam
the
somewhere
alley
along the way.
No, the
was.
point is, you've got
prefer
nice new
joint.
sidewalk, all nice and flat theoretically,
I prefer...
and then
to-
all of a sudden you
Break
walk
out a
into a
natural
strip of
place.
what, 40 feet? 40 feet?
Don't make her use that gavel.
That's my point.
You're not
I don't
using,
care what you do with it. Let's just do it.
I agree with you. I think that we should include it, incorporate it in this RFP now to get the price.
Aesthetically, it would look like crap.
So Catherine,
Mechanic Street?
when you start
The
like
alley.
Winter Street, we gotta do it all, so there's no joints?
No, I'm not
When you
talking,
do West, well, what's,
Winter Street, you're gonna have to do it all because it's horrible.
Yeah. There's no partial sidewalk on Winter.
One of the beauties of going to a per unit bid, per ton, per square yard, even if you bid it as it's written right now, they're gonna come back with a unit price, and you can always add to that price. Let's say they come back at, we're guessing around $36,000, but they come back and it's $30,000, and we have another $6,000 of planned monies to spend. We can change that when they come, after we've awarded the bid, to include an additional,
Or we just ask them for both prices right out of the gate.
or I can put it right on here and change the
Let's
language,
just ask
which
for
is...
both prices right out
And
of the gate.
I'm fine with that. I can incorporate that into this, and that would be no major problem. So I'll incorporate that into this to the alleyway on the other side of Onions. It's not a problem at all.
Everybody okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
Got it. All right, yes,
Just-
do that, please.
For the record, just want to say, I just took a look, there's cracks this wide in front of Onions, patches like this big, and it's...
Yeah.
Goes all the way up to
We don't do
Cumbies
it
like
now,
that.
when would we do it?
The sidewalk sucks all the way to Cumbies.
Clean break.
Yeah, because I've been looking into new products, because it's going to be a long time before we get all of Main Street done. I've looked into new products and tried a few things for permanent patch and a couple of things for crack fillers. I'm looking into things that I can do to the sidewalk to prolong the life of the sidewalk until we have the funds available to permanently repair the
Get it in the
sidewalk.
schedule.
How are we going to maintain a temporary walkway?
Well, what we'll have to do is, during the time that they're working, when they shut down in the evening, they're gonna have to set it up so that they can reopen the sidewalk to pass, for people to walk. But when they're open, I mean, not open, when they're working throughout the day, they're gonna have to, unfortunately, kinda like the state, they're gonna have to block off part of the parking areas in order to set up cones for people to step off of the sidewalk. It may even have to be back where the wheelchair can come off of the sidewalk and go back onto, so that they can travel around the work zone. in order for people to travel. Otherwise, we have to close the sidewalk off during the day when they're working.
It's not very explicit.
So would
And
you
it
like
almost-
some more language?
I don't know. I don't know. Is that really their responsibility to make a sidewalk in the street? Or is that ours? And are they gonna tear up all of the sidewalk on School Street all the way up and then down the other side at one time?
Pretty much.
So that...
Well, wait, do you want joints?
It's not a matter of do I want joints, I have no
Well,
idea
no,
if
if
you
you
put
don't
joints.
want joints, they've got to tear it all up at once and
It
then
isn't a
pave it.
question whether on joints. This over here is not a matter of
Getting
whether
in
I
and
want
out
a
of the
joint,
building
it's
at once.
aesthetics. It's aesthetics over
But
here.
getting in
It's
and out
nothing to
of-
do with the joint.
Plywood or whatever if need be.
So, that's my question. If they were gonna do half of the side, let's say they were gonna do all of around our side, they're not doing the west side, then people could at least walk down the west side. And I don't know asphalt. I know concrete. And so if I...
We can
and-
walk on the black quicker than you can walk on the white.
Yeah, but see, if it was a concrete job, we'd do one side, and get that done, because you still have the sidewalk on the other side.
It's
So I don't know, what would an asphalt guy do? Would he tear the whole thing up?
very similar to concrete. The only difference is in concrete, you know how we put the brakes.
I'm not worried about joints, I'm asking about temporary sidewalk, temporary places for pedestrians to cross. I'm not worried about joints and all of that. How is that going to be managed? Again, is an asphalt guy gonna come in and tear up all of the sidewalk, the whole project? Or are they going to leave that and do this side, or vice versa?
They're probably gonna leave that and do this side. They're gonna they're gonna rip up and plan out for their whole day's worth of paving, I would assume.
So it doesn't sound like you really know.
Well, like I said, sidewalks are still kinda
Depends
new.
which contractor you get.
Okay.
Pike
that
is
would be a
much more
contractor
production oriented than Chambers. I don't
So-
think Pike would bid it.
If we took it out of the contractor's hands, could we make a temporary sidewalk in the road, but we'd eliminate all our parking?
We can do anything that we want with our parking,
Right, but we'd be eliminating all our parking, wouldn't we?
well, for a day.
You'd have to
An
take, you
afternoon.
could take
Day or
those
two.
two spaces over there and temporarily reserve
An
the
afternoon
town
or
hall.
something, maybe, because you can walk on asphalt pretty quick. They drive on it right after they pave it.
Yes.
So
All right, I don't know this, so don't deal with it.
Could be
I
problematic.
just want to make sure we know what we're
Probably
doing
that
here.
For an hour or two.
All right, is everybody else okay with the scope of work that's in here, other than the square footage?
Yeah.
And we're gonna start at the alleyway at Mechanic Street,
Okay.
at Onions, I mean.
The east side of
And
Onion.
we're just gonna start there, or we're gonna get a bid for that, and then decide afterwards.
We're gonna get a bid for it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we're gonna get a bid for
'Cause if
everything.
it's
and then
outrageous and
decide
if we don't have enough money,
We
then,
can
you know,
transfer monies,
yeah,
but
well,
I'm just saying, if we only do the section in front of Town Hall, and we leave the horrible mess in front of Onions, I mean, that's a business, isn't it? It's driving
and all the way to
We have a
Mechanic
pretty good
Street
idea.
and all the way to
Better
Cumbie.
get both prices, right?
And we aren't doing this for Onions, we're doing this for the residents.
business. We're doing it for the town.
That's right.
I'm all
Joyce.
set.
Question, I just have a question. I thought we were going to do some drainage through the sidewalk from the corner of Onions and also from our downspout into the catch basin out there.
We are.
So it doesn't say that in
The
Drainage is our part, isn't it?
drainage right here is already in place for us to tie into. We'll just come through and tie that in.
The contractor needs to know that their job may be interrupted by our drainage work.
And I can talk to them on that.
Someday.
The other side, I've already talked to the state on, for the Main Street side, and they won't give me an answer on that unless they have time at the end of this job to put pipe up to the area where we can tie into it. They won't give me an answer So it all depends if they have enough time after they finish the work that they're currently doing on Main Street.
And what if they don't have,
Then they're not gonna probably give us permission
They
to,
won't let us core and put it in?
down through to, down Main Street.
Talking going this way to that?
Yeah.
So we just run our drainage under the sidewalk and come out underneath,
We could
and let
do
it
that.
just drain to the
And I could-
sidewalk.
but then,
to the road.
then this changes this by October 1st.
I think it's, I'm just writing a list of contractor discussions that, that's a discussion for the contractor. I, as a concrete person, would need to know that somebody else is going to be doing work where I'm digging up and responsible for compaction. But that's that's important information. A contractor would need to know that. Is it
We
gonna
have
delay my
always
job?
sent out RFPs with them knowing that
No.
ahead of time.
I know.
No.
What do you mean, no?
When we did the Tryon Rescue Lane, all of that, that was a lump sum bid. If you actually took the dimensions and all that were bid, the number 2 bidder was actually the low bidder based on unit pricing, so we haven't.
I'm not talking about unit pricing in one lump sum. I'm talking about the drainage and all of that. We've let them know that there's drainage work and that there's water, there's piping and this and this and this and this that has to be done within that
Drainage
scope
work is
of
gonna be
work.
what, 1 or 2 days?
It's still 1 or 2 days.
You just let them know that
If you send out an RFP and you don't let them know, then
They're
how
not-
are they gonna know
they're
that
not
they have to
doing it.
stop their work?
They're not doing it. They have to coordinate through him when they're gonna do the work.
I
He
get
can-
that.
But they're gonna dig the
He
pavement.
tells them,
Still, we've always put it in the RFP to do that, because the contractor needs to know that their
Fine.
job is gonna stop for 2 days while we do drainage work.
then what you do is a pre-bid conference. Any and all bidders that are interested, come to this location.
We're down at the deadline right now, Peter, on this. Do you know how many contractors have already scheduled their work for the summer? It's in the summer now,
We can save this into the fall.
Can we just
till
put,
October 1st. This is
can we
the
just
deadline,
add on
October
here?
1st.
Why
I
is
just
October
threw-
1st the deadline?
I just threw that in there. You can change the deadline anytime.
The state does surface up until October 15th unless it's in their interest to push it later.
I don't want to hear you just threw anything in on an RFP. I want to hear that you threw it in for a reason.
Because
can we just add something in here that's 2 gutter drain system pipes will be installed by Town of Tilton
By others?
DPW during, by
By others.
others.
yeah.
I'm getting very frustrated. This was out since
During
June
this-
8th.
during this
And we're now
process.
just spending all this time that we didn't plan on spending tonight on an RFP that should have been completed way back on June 8th, so they could go out to bidders, and now we're changing the scope of work and we're changing what's going to be done.
And you're surprised by
I
that
actually
how?
feel better. I thought this was out in May.
Man, oh man.
So we'll add to it that.
So we'll add this
other
to the
persons
agenda.
will be installing.
One more week.
We can do it now.
So in scope, hold on, is drainage work. To be
Completed by others.
Work on it with Johnny and get it back to us the 23rd. You've got our ideas on it. You can't come before as a department head and not have this.
Well,
We
typically,
don't have copies, we don't have this, we don't have this, I threw this together. I'm sorry, I'm upset about it.
I wouldn't even put in work in an RFP that I'm gonna do myself. Because
They still need to know it.
If I'm a
why do they need to
contractor,
know it if I've already done it? I would,
They're gonna dig up.
You're
the
gonna
pavement,
tear up,
and then
you're
they're
gonna tear
stop.
the asphalt up and do the drainage work ahead of time?
I can.
So why are we putting in an RFP to tear the asphalt up?
I can tear up the sections that I need to tear up for that. If I have their date that they're gonna start by, I don't have to wait for them.
Okay.
The only reason I'm not doing it now.
there's nothing wrong with letting them know the drainage work will be
No, there's
installed
nothing wrong
on
with it. I just don't
sidewalk
understand
by
why you guys
others
are
in
mad
2
about it.
locations. Just let them know.
I can put it in there.
I just think we could do this in a bit more professional manner.
Well, that's why I sent it to you guys ahead of time.
Well,
I gave it to you June 8th, and now you're mad at me because we're dealing with it tonight. I gave it to you a month ago.
no,
Well, a few weeks ago.
that's about a week ago.
Yep.
That's 1 week ago.
This I gave to you more than a week ago.
June 8th,
June 8th? Today is what? The 15th?
16th.
16th? That was a week ago. What week in the day?
No, this is, oh, all right, I'm not gonna argue.
Well, the email I've got is marked June 8th.
What is
It June
yours?
16th.
Maybe it's because I've updated it since then
Could
on
be,
a couple of
could
things.
be.
I don't know. I'm not gonna argue
All
about
right,
it.
moving right along.
Too late.
Put the sidewalk RFP on the list for next week, thank you. All right, moving right along, go ahead, next.
I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at the road one. I don't know if you want to talk about that next week too, or what.
This road RFP?
Yeah, I looked at it.
I thought we already did a road RFP.
I did too.
Didn't we already do one?
Yep.
Right, you asked him to change the, as you set up the bid sheet.
Where is it?
I shared it with you guys in,
Ridge, Westwood, and Birch, right?
yeah.
That's June 3rd.
June 3rd?
Yep.
I don't know how you guys can do the finger thing.
Like the mouse? Does it help?
Yes, thank you. June. I don't have anything on June 3rd.
No, that's what it says here in my email.
Did you get it?
June 3rd in the email.
Go to Google and type in that.
RFP 2016 Ridge.
See, I read this, and it looks really official, but not knowing asphalt work, I can't say that it's too much,
Sign it
not
this
enough,
way.
perfect.
Just take
I wouldn't know. I have to trust your expertise on this,
Listen
me
along.
personally.
Well, there's,
Wipe that out. Are
you do
in?
have options on that.
Over here.
Where? That?
As it sets up right now,
Triangle.
I would recommend that we do the whole thing in 1 year. There's different options. We could do it as it is.
Road in there.
We could do a winter binder course and let it wait till next year to put the top course on. I could change it around that way. There's many options.
So, yeah, so
What road are you
aside from the options, we have enough money to do all three roads according to the way you've got it bid out. Okay.
Oh, this isn't it.
Those were the roads that were originally
Yeah.
on when I
The
started.
list, okay.
Which road we looking for, Ridge?
You're the asphalt guy, Peter. You see any glaring omissions or things that need to be added in? Or?
My only concern is if we're doing
She's
binder
got
and
on
top
here.
this year, how long are we gonna let the reclaim set before we actually put binder down?
Yeah, road.
I
RFP
would-
2016.
Usually, we put the binder on it just as soon as the reclaim's
And
done.
then we do the top, so then any settlement leaves bird
Well,
baths
he
is
was
my
just
concern.
saying to wait until the next
Next
year
year.
to put the top
If you
coat
wanted to
on.
do
I'm not
If you wanted
pleased
to
with
do-
doing that.
a winter binder course, I wouldn't recommend it on a regular typical binder course, because as Peter mentioned last time, the winter binder mix is made differently. It's not made the same. Just a typical binder course is made not to set through winter. It's not made.
Why can't we
It's
do
gonna
the
work for
road?
us for one winter, right?
What-
And then we put the wear course on.
But why can't we get a road done?
You can, but then if you get any settlement with frost that first season, you're stuck with your bird baths for life. Or if you patch it, it will show for life.
You wait 4 months or whatever.
You
for
go
that
through
one
one
cycle.
winter season with it, you'll get the settlement that would be coming.
That part I know.
The only
And then
thing
you
I'm
just
trying
put
to
the
do is
binder
provide
course
you
on.
with options. It's entirely up to you. I know since we didn't you haven't had a chance to look at it or think about it. I'm just giving you the options.
If we're going to reclaim and pave fairly quickly afterwards, are we doing any calcium chloride?
I hadn't put in for calcium chloride.
And do we need it with the reclaim? Probably more, that's more so for gravel.
I've never had to use calcium chloride on reclaim.
Yeah, should be enough
Isn't that
asphalt,
mixed
I
in
think.
salt?
Well, have you ever been on a gravel road that looks wet when it's dry out?
I understand how it works with gravel roads, but these aren't gravel roads, so how would that,
It would, any loose fines, it would help bind potentially, but where it's reclaimed, the asphalt you get below the surface still has
seems like we
cementing.
wouldn't need to put extra money into it for that, I don't think.
No.
But again, I'm not an expert.
That's exactly what you said.
No, we
Why
could
does
probably
it
avoid-
say traffic control will be handled by the Tilton Highway Department?
I used some of Dennis's RFP from last year, and he had the highway department doing it, and I figured it would be one thing to help control some of the money.
I think our ordinance specifies certified flaggers, doesn't it?
We're all certified currently.
So if they had a certified flagger,
The bid would cost us.
It would be an additional charge.
I'm just wondering,
Okay.
do we have the authority to tell them that they have to use our personnel for
Sure.
flagging?
You're spelling out what you want done.
Why wouldn't you?
Okay. It just seemed, that's why I'm asking, it just
Yeah.
seemed like,
Gives you a little bit of supervision, so whoever's supervising what's going on while they're doing it can also be working, flagging.
so do we have a signage package? Do we have the necessary signs?
I think on that RFP, I put in there for them to maintain the signage.
You've got work notification signage will be posted 1 week advance of the start date. Well, certainly that's not the detour signs and whatnot for,
No, it's just notification that there will be paving.
that's right. So
Yeah.
my question is, who's going to provide if we're doing the traffic control, aren't we responsible for the signage? for
Where
the
are you
traffic control?
detouring?
Pardon?
Didn't you say detouring?
No, I think I was trying to say detail and sucked it
Oh,
back in.
okay. Okay.
No, well, I was gonna have them to deal with all the signs. We were just gonna provide.
No, but it doesn't
You're talking
say
about
that.
flagging signs, right?
I'm talking about flagging signs. You know,
do-
you have a sign that
Stop,
tells
go.
you there's a flagger, and then you have,
Do we own
We have
those?
those.
okay, that's my question. The last I heard, we needed them. I hadn't heard, nor have I seen an invoice that we have purchased them.
We had them.
So
I-
we purchased new ones.
No, we didn't need to purchase new ones. We had them.
I thought I heard that the ones we had were crappy.
They weren't bad. Though the
It's never been
stands-
used, Catherine.
Well,
Wow.
there is that.
No, I thought I updated you guys on that a long time ago. They were fine. The stands, we had to rework the stands and clean them up and painted them. They're good.
Okay, then that's good.
Yeah.
So,
Have we looked into getting some stop-slow paddles like DOT's using with the LED lighting?
I have looked into them. I just dragging my feet on purchasing them because they're like $270 a piece.
We have stop-go signs?
We have stop-go signs.
Okay.
Yes, but if you put them side by side, Joe, the LED lights, it's...
Oh, sure. And I'm sure if you had lasers and flashing things, it'd work better.
Well, that's what, they're flashing, and that gets
they're
your attention.
recommending now that you use those types of paddles because flaggers are getting run over in the road.
Yep.
And I would suggest on that when we purchase new ones, we get ones with flashing lights. I would be all for
I
that.
would
Really
say,
But I wouldn't go
any
out and
project
purchase
in
them.
the future, we use them to protect our employees. $200 a paddle is a small price to pay. What's the
Okay, then
cost of
I'll,
life?
then I'll order those immediately.
Do you, you don't set
Having done
aside,
that many moons ago.
Okay.
you don't set aside a
worked
date
I've
for
worked
these
this out.
contractors to all meet with you at the
Stand
same
in the
time
road
so they're
with
all
this up.
hearing the
You
answers
stand in the
to
middle.
all the questions?
I can do a pre-bid meeting, or if you guys would like.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
What was the
Yeah.
question?
Does he meet with all the contractors at the same time? So that when one answers a question, they all hear the answer?
If you do a pre-bid meeting, that's when it would occur.
That's right. So I'm just asking if that's something that's done.
I've never done it, but I can do it.
So Catherine, if I don't make the pre-bid meeting, am I barred from bidding?
No?
Okay.
When we did the pre-bid meetings for contractors for work in like town hall and senior center and whatever, they were barred from bidding.
No, out in the real world out there, I've never been barred from bidding for
I don't know what it is for road work, but we did do that. We said, there is a pre-bid meeting. If you don't make the meeting, don't bid.
We accept them, it's just you have to take it if you missed out at the...
If you missed out on
Yeah.
something, it sucks to be you.
That's right.
That's right. Don't make a bid if you're not going to make the meeting.
If you're happy going in, you're happy going out.
Joyce?
We use outside sources of funding, like when we use the rural development money and PPP money and CPS money, that's always a requirement. Sources of funding.
What did we have him do for this?
Okay.
What did we,
This is a town.
did they haven't changed?
Okay.
I know the town of Sanberton does that, and they say if you don't make the pre-bid, you don't qualify, so.
Is everybody okay with the RFP?
Yeah,
Joyce?
yeah.
So if this goes out tomorrow, is 3 weeks enough time for them to get a bid back to you?
I think 3 weeks is plenty. What do you think of that bid, RFP?
Well, it's rather straight shot, it's 3 road sections for, that...
So that's
More than
yes.
enough.
Yeah.
When you're doing Ridge Road, not Ridge Road, Ridge Road?
Westwood?
Westwood.
Wildwood weed.
Has to be back when, Joyce?
I have Thursday, July.
Westwood, is that at the top of the hill?
It goes
So
out
if you
tomorrow.
come off
Westwood
of
does.
Grange, you head up Lancaster, Autumn Drive is on the right, you go to the top of the hill, Westwood takes a right,
Yeah, Westwood does.
Barnett's is on the
where
left,
the-
where you found the surprise when you were doing your drainage work.
Yeah.
Do you remember I spoke to you about a drainage issue up there that has never been corrected?
Yeah, what got planned on doing is before this, and I can put in there if you want, I want to replace one more culvert, and I want to go up and pull one culvert out.
So we're no longer
Who
creating a
doesn't?
wetland on somebody's property?
Yeah, they think so. Drainage will handle the water coming down the hill.
So you have
I'll
plans to
just
fix that
Pull
before?
it out.
Okay.
If we put July 7th as a date, today's the 16th, that gives us,
Goes in tomorrow.
it goes out tomorrow, that gives us next Thursday, the Thursday after, and we open them the Thursday following. Is that enough?
And award it.
And award it. That's 2.5 weeks, really. What,
On a project like this, that
3.
should be enough.
That's
That would-
3 weeks.
If you had a
everybody
lot of-
okay with that?
Yeah, it
Leave
should be
this-
fine. It's not, there's nothing
Okay,
out
we're
of the
fine with
ordinary
it.
about these roads.
Yeah, you got no hidden utilities,
Right.
It should be pretty standard stuff for
it's
them. I
a
would think.
straightforward, you're dropping the paver and running. Well,
Yeah.
Okay,
They're actually pretty easy projects.
Yeah.
got it. All right, next.
That was it for RFPs. Other than that, we've been great. We've started our summer help. He's been a great kid. Great asset. We're getting our projects in line. I adjusted the updates that I've been sending you guys to include a list of our schedules. And just so you know, that schedule will change and update. It's my schedule. It's not a schedule that I expect you guys to hold me to. It's my schedule. I included it because you guys, last time I was here, kept asking me when. It's just so you get a glimpse of my tentative schedule, and I even changed on it today. I made changes because we have Old Home Day coming up, and we have 2 employees going over there to help set up, and then the following Monday tear down. So if you get back into it, you'll see that change. So just so you know, it's my scheduling out. And as far as the municipal parking lot over here by T-Hop, Tilton House of Pizza, the state said no to any granite. They won't let us have any, so don't have enough. So what I did do is I looked into a fence guardrail company. They sell, it's used, I will check it out, pressure-treated wood that they've pulled out of guardrail systems that's in good shape. I'll check it out before I buy
Is it
anything.
round? Like round
No, it's 6 by 8.
squares?
They come in 6-foot or 8-foot lengths. I can buy a pack of them, they call them, for $200 of 42 pieces, 8-foot lengths.
How many pieces do you need? How many pieces would you need?
Excuse me. Sorry, I'm about dried up. I figured that up today. I need 384 board feet
What's that in money?
for the whole project.
Yeah?
And it's $336 per pack. And then, no, $200 per pack, and there's 336 feet per pack. So it's going to be, for the wood, it's going to be less than $400. So,
$400 and you'd have wood left.
yeah. So, and it already comes pre-drilled for holes, so I can line the holes up and drive some rebars. And there we go. We have it all done. So I'm planning on trying to get to that next week and finish that project off.
While we're talking about finishing projects, is there any way we can finish where the trees were all taken out of the sidewalks?
Yeah,
Old home
I have
days
to grind
coming
this
up
one
and-
down.
A
And,
little shabby.
yeah, and we're gonna asphalt all the trees are gone. All the,
Not the one in
previous
front of Town Hall, are we?
holes. Except for this one, we're not, because
But
you want to put that.
We still have the one sitting there. I know we're gonna put drainage through there, but we have a big hump of bark, and they're currently using it for an ashtray.
Yeah, I
So
can,
either we plant petunias in it, or...
I
And
can
the
put
ones
it-
down here, I mean, this one still has a cone on it, so if we at least
Mm-hmm.
grind that down, and even if we just cover it with bark, it'll look better than what's there now. And then if you could patch those in, we could,
all right, I'll work that into my schedule soon, ASAP.
just my opinion.
No, it's true, it needs to be done. And today, to let you guys know, the last few days we've been using the chipper up on Dunlop Drive.
Nice.
It's great.
I cruised on Dunlop Drive last night. Yesterday afternoon, I went to go and see your new employee. I couldn't see where you guys had been working. I mean, you were gone, certainly, because you weren't there, but I couldn't see any evidence of public works stuff. What were you doing on Dunlop Drive?
It's kind of hard to see sometimes if you don't know what you're looking for. I've actually, just
Apparently, you're
to,
right. So what were you doing on Dunlop Drive?
just a quick synopsis, we were cutting and trimming. I've done whole roads before and taken my wife on a road. What do you think it is? What? If you don't know what you're looking for, it's hard to see.
Okay, we're beyond synopsis now. Let's talk about you were cutting back trees from the roadside.
Trees, limbs. and-
Grinding up the stuff and shooting it in the woods.
Right.
Okay, that's a synopsis. I get it.
Yeah, so what we've done actually is we started up at the top where the road splits. Just in the last 2 days, we've gotten from there all the way around back to Simmons Court.
Yes.
We went down Simmons Court, through the circle, and we're headed back out just in the last 2 days.
Well, good.
Can I just ask a question here? It's just an observation on my part. We have one of our biggest events coming up for community between two towns, and we have a parade, and hundreds of people stand out in Main Street, and we don't have the work done on Main Street yet, but we're cutting brush up on Dunlop Drive. Not that brush up on Dunlop Drive is not important. I'm just saying,
You're starting a new project when we have these that are unfinished,
You
and
mean
you
the-
really created some trip hazards now that the trees are gone and we haven't filled it in. So
The-
why on earth do we start a new project?
particularly one that's out where the handicap parking is. When you get out on either side of the handicap, if you're the driver or the rider, you're gonna hit that patch of unpaved, soft dirt. And if anybody gets in there, then we're in trouble. So, and visually, it really doesn't look pleasing to anybody.
Right.
And we have a stump that's had a cone on it for a few months now, month and a half or whatever, because it's not been ground down and taken care of. And we have a cone there so people don't trip over the stump. My observation is that I think our priorities need to be double-checked.
All right, I'll rework my schedule, and I'll tackle Main Street soon. We're going to be working more at the riverfront tomorrow.
That's a
And-
good thing. That was my next question. How much, on that list that Dennis left you, that he does yearly, biannual, or quarterly, how much of that work have you gotten done up at Riverfront? Because after the parade, a lot of our residents go to Riverfront late afternoon into evening with the fireworks. How much of that, are we going to be proud of the work up there at Riverfront, or are we not?
Well, we're going to do all we can. I've started scheduling Fridays to work at Riverfront.
We have Old Home Day coming up. It's very important, and they're going to go. There's events happening at Riverfront Park. They're going to be using the bathrooms. They're going to be walking by those kitchen doors and the railings. Have you checked the pavers for any loose pavers yet, or has any of the things been bolted down, the picnic tables or anything?
Well, if you looked at the schedule I gave you for this week, tomorrow, actually, what I have on the schedule is to start painting the railings, and I'm going to start working on the pavers tomorrow, as far as trying to line them up to deal with some of the trip hazards. And I got an email from Catherine about where some of those
There's
pavers
three
are.
main ones.
And so we're going to be up there doing several things tomorrow. We did already wash the building down this spring, but that list that we have is an incredible chore. There's a lot of things over there.
But a lot of that should have been started in April.
Well, we tried to start some. I mean,
And some of it is weekly. It's like, and I had this conversation with you the other day. I actually carry a socket with me to tighten up the bolts around the picnic tables, because I went there one day and the kids they got loose, and it was uncanny how they had them, bench to bench. Anyway, I couldn't move them, but I had to call Public Works, and they came down and lifted them, put them back into place. But that's because those bolts are not checked weekly. When they pick up the trash in there, and they're in there twice a week, they should pick one of those days to check all those bolts, which are supposed to be done weekly. I can tell you right now, there's a loose one up there. I didn't have my truck, so I didn't have my tool to tighten it down. But they picked up garbage Monday. I saw it Tuesday. Why wasn't it tightened down on Monday? Because they're not looking for it.
Also, what about the playground? I mean, I don't know how the playground is put together, but are there bolts and things in the playground that could come loose, or no?
Yes, they're supposed to check that weekly. And I caught one, and Paul Rushlow caught the other. The seat was cracked, and I caught that. He caught the chain was actually worn, so a couple of more swings and the links were going to break. So that's another thing. When they're in there picking up the trash, all those weekly things, they should be checking.
all right.
And they should have been doing it since we opened, which was back in April.
Is this a new thing, or, because I'm surprised that nobody
Dennis has been
mentioned?
done it for,
Arthur fixed the chains on the swing the last time, and he put the seat on. And they repaired the railing down at the piers. No, it's not a new
No, I
thing.
was just wondering, I wasn't,
the highway's been doing it for Riverfront, doing it for quite a number of years that I know of.
Okay, because I know they
The
built a...
maintenance of it, not the landscaping, but the maintenance of it, the highway has been responsible.
Were they not informed of maintenance issues, or did they just discover these through inspections of their own?
No,
They
Dennis and I...
Dennis started a routine we all have that list. Dennis
I saw
started.
the list. I
That
saw
was
the list.
created as Dennis was leaving. I don't know how...
No,
I
that
talked with
wasn't
Dennis.
created as
I
Dennis.
talked with Dennis.
It was
That
tribal
list
knowledge.
was not the stuff that they always did.
Thank you, Joe.
It was, I asked Dennis, I said, Dennis, did you do all this stuff? He goes, no. I was asked for a list of everything that had to be done at Riverfront Park, so I made one.
Thank you.
But I was not doing all the stuff on that list. According to the job description of the laborer that we had currently operating under, and I know it's changed, but I have yet to see a copy of the changes, the Parks employee was supposed to be doing a number of the things on that list.
Nope.
Yes, he was. Well,
It all changed.
but
Dennis and
where
I-
is that posted on the internet? Is that posted on the town website?
Dennis and I created that list over a period of probably 3 years. And it started as a small list.
He never did anything. It was always a battle.
It was always a battle. He did some things, but it was always a battle.
Talking to
Last
Dennis-
year, at the end of the summer, he and I sat down, and I'm pretty sure Arthur was there, with that list and fine-tuned it. And he said, all right, these are the things that Public Works is going to be responsible for. I said, okay. I said, so now we knew this is what the park commissioners were going to have the landscapers do, and Paul Rushlow. And Paul Rushlow is a landscaper, not a handyman. So that's how it came about. There are a lot of things on that list that they have been doing. The bolts and the picnic tables and those safety items, they've been doing all along. The urethaning, they've been doing. Some of the things, like painting the building, they haven't done because it hasn't been needed until now. The paint is peeling off. The park
building
is
does
old
need to be
enough.
painted.
They haven't urethaned the beams yet because, well, I thought it was needed a couple of years ago, but Dennis didn't agree with me, but it's needed now.
It is needed now.
The kitchen door, you can see where somebody carved into it. And one of the Public Works guys came down to try to fix it. That was 2 years ago. But they never came back because it didn't work and finished the job. So, have they done every single thing on the list? No, it wasn't needed. We just had the railings painted, Peter, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have,
And now it's peeling off. Did Public Works do it before? No. But Dennis added it to the list, so it's a Public Works job, so that clearly we'd have a definition between what.
I got a different idea of that, because I remember Dennis going out, we said, list everything that has to be done to maintain the park, but not necessarily those things were what Public Works would do.
Oh, no, that's what the
But these are the
list is.
things that need to be done. to
That's
keep
not the way Dennis tells it.
I have the list, Dennis,
Was a,
I've seen the list. I have a copy of the list.
Anyway, the safety issues that are maintained by the town have to be maintained by you.
Right. Yeah.
We have to look at those, we have to
Right.
make sure, we have to look and be proactive in that.
that's where, if you looked at the schedule for tomorrow, that's where we're going to be doing, there's some stuff that we put on the galvanized metal that will dry onto the metal but will not dry onto the paint. We have to put that on there and then wipe it off of the paint. And we're going to scuff all the paint and start painting the handrails. And I got it on there for next week too. And we're going to work on the pavers, and so we're starting tomorrow. And I also have on there that we're going to be tightening all those bolts. So we're starting that. And also I'm going to make it a part of the routine weekly, probably on Friday, when they do the trash, to check the bolts. The thing we got to remember too is the more that the highway department does of that nature, and the less we're going to be doing on road work. I mean, not that I'm not opposed to doing that at all. I'm not saying anything about that. But the more that the highway department does work like that, which is fine, that's a public works type job, it really is. But the more you do that, the less you get done at this, because of the number of people that we have. So it's,
In line with your statement right now, I remember, and I couldn't agree with you more with what you're saying right now, but I remember distinctly the Board of Selectmen's, when we asked if you could we added the ballpark on, the mowing and a couple of other things this year that we just clearly added on. We said, are you able to do this and all the other things that have to be done? And you said, absolutely.
Yep.
You didn't even blink an eye.
and I still can. I'm just
Okay.
saying that it's gonna be tighter, so, and like, you got a point about Main Street, and I'll change my schedule around next week to try to get onto Main Street quicker. That's part of teamwork, that you guys keeping me to toe the line. I have no problem with that.
What we need to know is, if there are things on this that Public Works can't do, or isn't going to do, then we need to know this. Like last year, when I went over the list with you and Arthur, that would have been the time to tell us, because we'd have to hire, which is gonna be much more expensive, an outside agency to do it.
Well, I'm definitely gonna try to get everything on that
So-
list, but it's gonna be awful tough.
And this was a list that was designed for Public Works and not for the landscaper.
Designed for Public Works by a Public Works director who refused to do 90% of what was on it.
Well, you have to
No, he
remember, he
didn't
was
do what was
retired.
on it.
Buffalo Park, for example. When we created Buffalo Park, there was conversation about maintenance and whatnot. It was the Conservation Commission who was responsible. They put the responsibility to the park commissioners, and then the park commissioners were like, well, you know, what do we do? What does Public Works do? So, the trail maintenance. This is the
mentioned
first
that.
time it's come up. Here we are. The trails need to be maintained. There's blowdowns and whatnot. And, you know, if an older person wants to walk through there, they're really not going to be able to on some of the trails because of the blowdowns. So, is that Public Works? Or is the Board of Selectmen going to hire an outside agency to go in there and clear those trees?
I think that we need, go ahead.
Had we been told earlier, I would have checked with the ag program, because that would have provided a real-world experience
Yeah.
for the forestry side. Great thing for them to do, and they were always looking for those type projects. Now you have to wait till September.
And maybe it could. Maybe it could.
I think we really need to, it would be nice if all of the things got done, and I agree with you, but with what we have to do with downtown and do what we need to do on the island weekly and riverfront weekly, I think we really need to prioritize what we really want him to do.
Well, that's why I'm
Want
bringing
him to
this up.
prioritize, I should say, not us.
And I told Johnny we'd have this discussion, just want to make sure he was here.
Yeah,
So
she told me.
if that is something that you can't take on, then we need to find an outside agency that will do it. And I agree with Peter, the ag program would be great. But if they can't do it or won't, then we'll have to have a conversation with the Conservation Commission, and this will be an expense we'll have to incur. Because it has to be done, or Buffalo Park is useless.
I agree with you. It has to be done.
So,
Yeah, I know that typically in all the other towns I've been in, the Public Works doesn't usually go out onto the trails unless there's something special. One of the other towns I was on, the only reason they ever went out on the trails was because somebody had made their own home out on the trail. But other than that, they've never gone out. It's always been Conservation Committee. I'm not opposed to us. Like I say, I don't know how bad it is. I don't even know how long the trails are out there.
not that bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been out.
We have people that go out there, because
Yeah.
I've gone down there and seen cars parked there for people to go
Well, I
out.
was meeting with Chuck Mitchell over here this morning at Salmon Run, and there was a few cars pulled in there, people using that. So I know that people use them.
Right.
The trails around town, so, yeah, no, and I want your town to look great, so I have no problem doing my best to help you out. It's no problem. I'll try, but I can't promise.
Well, no,
Because
so
we're
Buffalo
in steps,
Park,
yeah.
we'll do something different. We just need to know.
Yeah.
I can bring it up at the conservation meeting on Monday night. See
All right,
if
good.
anybody's been up there, and I know we're doing walks around, the easements.
We put the trail sign, some of the trail signs up 2 weeks ago,
Did you?
Buffalo and Turkey.
Nice. Yeah, so
Okay.
take a
But
look.
I'll move me.
Tick
I
Trail
might
will
go
be
up there
coming.
with the chainsaw.
We're almost an hour behind our schedule, so just wanted to point that out. What else we got going? We're all set with, you got more to add to that?
I think we're good for now. You're going to get on to Riverfront. You're going to,
The only other thing that I have to bring before the selectmen was, the park, the island park, the benches are getting really punky. They've been painting them for years and trying to replace a board or two here or there, and they're not,
These are just the wooden ones, not the
Wooden
other
ones.
ones we got from Tanger?
no,
Big heavy metal ones.
benches, I misspoke. The
Picnic
picnic
tables.
tables are, I would recommend it, I look into possibly getting new
I didn't
picnic
know we had
tables.
picnic tables out
We
there.
have a couple,
Couple.
Maybe
What do
look
we have,
at getting
3 or
some
4?
composite
I think you
ones.
have two.
might be-
2.
Don't get composite.
No.
No.
Is
Not
that
get
something that
composite.
has to be done right now?
No.
You have to tell me
You've got
about it.
wrong
enough
with composite?
stuff to get you going for a
Oh, yeah.
long time.
I got plenty. I was just saying if
If
you
you
want.
get all that stuff done and want to play with
Why
picnic
don't you
tables,
check on
more
price?
power
And
to
then
you.
make sure you turn it over again.
Seems like you're creating problems for yourself.
I know, I was just saying in the future.
When the
so
time
you-
comes, say, hey, we need picnic tables.
All right.
Not just to
I know the
make a
light bulbs,
conversation.
check the,
I
replace
haven't-
missing bulbs, there was
There are
like
some-
4 blown out.
But we haven't found any LEDs or anything.
No, I mean, the ones that were blown out, they're all set now?
No, they're still out. I was looking
Oh.
for LEDs. We don't have any. Do you guys want LEDs or? They're not LEDs currently.
Do we want to replace them with LEDs?
Yeah, because the LEDs
You know what
are
the-
more expensive.
I think that,
Can you give me the size of the bulbs? I'll get the comparison of the sizes
They
and
last
the
longer
price,
and
and I'll work it out.
they use less energy.
But we
they're
should
so
have it lit up.
inexpensive now. I mean, you go to Lowe's and get the LEDs for, I'm just talking about household right now. I don't know what it is for the size that you need, but it's, right now, you can get them almost as inexpensive as a regular light bulb now over there, and
Yeah,
they
these
last
are-
10 times longer.
These are the lanterns that
The
are
lantern ones, okay.
ornamental ones, and those are,
More expensive, yeah.
yeah, so
All right.
if I know what type of bulb you get for in there, if you can email it to me, I'll do the price check on it, and I'll do a price on LEDs, what it would cost, and have it ready before next week, so we can
Yep.
decide if we want to just continue incandescent
If it's cheap enough,
temper.
we can just go ahead and purchase it. It's no big deal.
All right. What else?
Just volunteered for something again.
Anything else for Johnny?
I have one other thing. When you're over there Friday, bring your steam cleaner. If you look on the back stairs, that's, right off the kitchen door, somebody's dribbled something nasty
saw
across.
that.
Did you see that?
Saw that.
I'm hoping your steam cleaner will,
Yeah, it should.
if you got a shop vac. You know what I'm saying? Would you try doing that?
Yeah, I'll clean it up.
Thank you. It was pretty,
Oh.
they're pretty nasty.
And clean the back of the truck before Old Home Day. So it's not tiring it.
Which truck are we gonna do the dump like we did last year?
I like the dump truck.
I do
Okay.
too.
We all set, how many are coming with us Saturday for Old Home? All 5 of us?
And Joey.
And Joey?
will be there.
And Gabby and,
Oh, I'll probably have 3.
3.
Plus me.
Is it next weekend?
yep.
Saturday the 25th, John.
Week
That's
from
right.
Saturday, yeah. All right.
Next
When are
Monday.
you going paddling?
Already did.
And don't forget, next Monday, Citizen of the Year, Monday night.
Only we'll
Citizen
be
of the Year.
meeting with the board of,
This Monday night?
Yes.
we'll be meeting
What
with
time?
the Pines Board, right?
It's
No, that's the
7.
following weekend.
No, that's
Oh.
the following
All right,
weekend.
the 27th, that's right, that's right.
This Monday night, it's at what time, 7? What time is, Joe?
I just sent
Citizen of the Year, what time is it?
6 o'clock, I think.
6 o'clock.
I'm as sure as I can be it's at 6.
The other meeting is following.
Yep.
Conservation Commission. I can make both.
All right, I'll accept. Citizen of the Year?
I'll triple up on the
You have to be
Citizen of the Year
a
information,
citizen of
and I'll email it to you, the time, just to be absolutely positive.
All right, so we're all set on the dump, and he'll get it ready. Okay.
That's it.
Hi, Tim.
That was easy.
Joyce, you're up.
Excuse me, John? What was easy?
Johnny's little
Johnny, yeah, sure, it was an hour and a half more, longer than,
Less is more,
6
Joe.
o'clock.
Less
I'm
is
not
more,
gonna be
buddy.
there.
So are you guys all set with me?
Run while you can.
Yeah, run.
Do you want more?
How do they say I yield? I yield.
If you need me, you know where to find me.
Yielding. Guys about the trash at the ball field?
Yep.
I guess they haven't picked it
Well,
up.
you know the chairman won't let you go if you're not on the agenda.
We can go pick it up. They've had somebody else to pick it up. They don't
His
know.
immenseness.
I would appreciate, they should check it
Yeah.
at minimum bi-weekly because
Oh, no,
entities use
We'll just
it.
make it part of our schedule. They used to pick it up,
I know they did,
but about 5 years ago or so, they were told not to. But we'll just go.
I don't know, I told them not to, that's just gross.
No, I mean, like the regular trash route. You talk about that little container, right?
Yeah, there's trash in it.
Yeah, I know, because I used to be in Florida football.
I don't know who it came from.
No, I mean, I used to be involved in football, but I always put it in.
Right, but you get baseball, t-ball, all of those sports groups use it, so I don't know whose garbage it is. I'm just sitting here thinking, if they haven't picked it up for 5 years, that could be pretty ripe
compost.
stuff.
No, there used to be somebody who came pick it out because we used to put it in.
And then we do one.
But, we'll pick it out of there until we find out.
Yeah, they should check periodically. It's just gross.
Yeah. Because I know that the football program uses their tires that were there.
Generally speaking, it's
Oh, that's, yeah, I knew that, when I
because
saw it this morning, I thought, yeah. I wonder if they want them, because I don't think football practices there.
Well, Winnisquam practice is over at the school now,
Yeah,
but I don't know about the,
I'll find out about the tires. If you can have, just pick the garbage up, that'd be great. And like I said, if they check, you know, I don't know, once, twice a month, that's probably enough, don't you
Okay.
think?
well, it depends if, some of the games, there's a lot of people show up, so.
Oh, well, I'll let you figure
Yeah,
that one
we'll
out.
just make it part of the routine.
the
so-
child
I
advocate.
like routine so that people don't forget stuff. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
All right, you guys have a good night.
See you later.
I didn't seem to have called Tim up.
I yielded first.
Well, this was an issue Joyce was going to explain, but since I happen to be here, getting ready to go downstairs, I thought it would just be simpler.
Yeah, we'll just put this little thing right up, huh? We'll ad-lib for the rest of the night.
Well,
There we go.
You want me to explain?
I'm okay with that. Okay.
She knows better. So, DRA, this is just a formality, but the MS 232 that was signed at the end of town meeting, which shows the appropriations that were voted, has a draft watermark on it instead of missing the draft watermark and being a final. The numbers are the same on both. DRA says it's up to us whether we want to sign a new one or not. It'd probably be the right thing to do to sign a new one, although
Did your auditor say to sign a new one?
I don't think so. It's just one of those things that it's just a little irritating. It was a problem with, I think, with their system, and they can't figure out how that happened, but it's a formality. The numbers are the same. I provided both the MS 232 that you signed at the end of March, along with the one that doesn't have where it says draft. So if you would be so kind as to sign the new one, that would be great. And it's pretty cool. Does that work on that?
It's going back in my drawer.
I'll schedule a session.
Long one.
Going back in
She's
the drawer.
getting a little better. She likes the mouse.
You know how many times he's been over here? I'm getting the black one
That's
back
how,
out.
once you start
Sounds
using it,
like
you'll
I
like
tried.
it. You will like it.
You won't be
It's
able to.
much,
You're done?
it's much
They're all
easier
signing
with the
it,
mouse.
so, all right.
Yeah, it's a night and day.
Thank you.
I whittled this down to just a couple of things because the rest, I still have time before the end of it. Okay, first of all, I've been trying for 2 days now to get these in the mail. They're almost all in the mail, but this is the letter that I'm sending out for the request for letters of interest for legal services. Sending it to 10
Just one more.
law firms. and I'm being very specific about how I want them to respond to make it easier for you to do a comparison.
I wonder what's drawing so much.
We should ask next time.
What was the date I put on that?
June 15th, 2016.
It should not be difficult for them to respond. June 15th? No, the
A
date to
different thing.
respond.
July 7th.
July 7th, yeah, because they have prepackaged stuff, so.
Should it say the Tilton Board of Selectmen seek legal services, since it's one group, instead of seeks?
Well, Tim and I have, it can go either way. We have arguments about this.
I can just picture that.
What does grammar check say?
I bet grammar check doesn't
It doesn't
correct
pick it up.
because it's spelled
It's a word,
correctly.
it's a correct word.
Well, no, you've got spell check, you also have grammar check.
Really? Where?
Yeah, it's in the same pull down.
Tell you where the commas go, and
I've never seen it.
well, look around.
Well, in my
She's got a chisel and a
Experience.
hammer.
board, the topic, the main noun of this sentence is the board. It's not Tilton,
Right.
it's not of selectmen, it's board. Board is a plural unit.
Yeah.
So,
Right,
board seeks.
okay. It's enough for me.
And what does Tim say?
Don't know, don't care.
Do we
Either
toss a
way,
coin, or?
No, because the moon is not in our favor tonight. Do not do that.
Full moon Monday night.
That is exactly what
This is-
explains it.
A little bit.
We could hear it.
Okay.
You hear
Reader's
it.
Digest version.
Here, you want the Reader's Digest right there. Just on mine. We talk to each other while you yap.
You haven't been doing that, Catherine?
No, I don't, no.
Text or is that a mess? I
You want to see it, John?
Instant message.
Joyce,
It's a message, yes.
No,
this
yeah.
says, nature of the history of the firm and experience with federal and state public employment labor law. Do we want them to be experienced with unions?
Yeah, it's public employment labor law.
Is that what public employment labor law is? Or that's not just the Department of Labor for you
Well,
and
that
I and...
encompasses everything, and the topic is collective bargaining agreement, so they have to be familiar with all the
Okay,
public employment, in fact, the state law chapters.
okay. I've never looked at, well, I can't say I've never looked at it. I've looked at it a little bit.
So sorry.
Don't worry. You gotta get it.
Gotta get it.
Good letter.
Let the record show.
Wow. Has that been going on downstairs?
Yes, that has been going on downstairs. What a crazy night. Just when you think you got it.
Now I gotta go downstairs and see.
Okay.
I'm just that, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Yes, I do.
Well, you make sure everything's all right.
Oh, Jazz.
Yeah, it's over.
Oh, you know what? I messed this up.
Uh-oh.
It's all right.
They'll send it back to us.
I just wrote my name 3 times.
Okay, so, I got the other proposal for just the awning, the winterized year-round awning over top of the ramp. So I'll email with a sample of what it looks like. But you don't have to make a decision tonight. It's not that critical. I'll send this all to you, we can talk about it next
How
week.
much was it?
Well, I would say include the weather shield. 22 gauge galvanized metal panel between the cover and the frame for additional $600. If you add that with the upgrade, it would be $3,800. Just covering the
What
top of
size?
the ramp. The ramp size is like 6 by 6. The top of the ramp is 6 by 6.
So covering the top of the ramp and
Just
it
the
goes
top.
into the,
Side door?
The side door.
so it goes into the, will it tie into the ramp or will it go into the sidewalk?
It will tie into the ramp. house in the ramp. So I'll send that all to you.
Yeah.
And it only comes in green.
Okay.
That's easy.
Just for that. 3,800. I mean, I say definitely get the galvanized shield, because the whole point is to prevent the stuff that's coming right over the door. So were you going to announce that?
6 times 6.
Oh, yes, tree removal is scheduled for June 22nd at 12 School Street, railroad track, so no overnight parking in the municipal lot C, which is next to the fire station, beginning on Tuesday evening, June 21st through June 24th. Please seek alternate parking until the project is completed. Thank you for your cooperation. They'll be cutting trees down along the railroad tracks. Thanks.
You want to announce that?
Well, they're gone. There's nobody down there.
Okay. I just
All
want to
set?
find out what she has.
Siteman's over.
Aftercare.
There is a vacancy on the planning board, and also they could really use another alternate as well.
Who left?
Elaine Grace.
Oh, yeah. It's been a while now.
So anyone seeking that can put their name into Daria, land use coordinator, and then they'll get it to the chair.
Okay, June 23rd deeding day, I made a note to follow up on that one. Are there any others on this list?
No, everything's a go.
Everything's a go? Okay, so I will have letters prepared for your meeting Thursday night. Her time, what's her time for this?
4:15, I believe.
4:15
Yeah. that's
to
just at the
either,
bottom.
well, actually, it needs to be, we need to let her know ahead of time that you're signing the letters.
We just told her today.
You did, okay, of what, the ones that you're not taking.
No, we're taking all of them. There was only one in question about the cost versus what they owe here.
Okay.
Number 2. That was the only one. Everything else is going to be deeded if they don't pay.
Okay,
Everything.
all right.
And the one might be,
And yes,
if I get my...
fill out the one anyway. But we would like to know what the difference is and so on with
Done that one.
alternates, like we did with Windy Hill and up on Gusty Road, whatever.
Yep.
Same kind of deal.
Okay.
If we can find that information out
All right,
prior
so-
to us signing,
Yep.
that would, if we had that knowledge prior to us signing,
Okay.
then we could do it, make a
And
decision.
then, so once we take the deed and it gets recorded, are we going to send another courtesy letter? Because remember, there's a little bit of confusion because there are people still living in these things, because the first thing we want to do is send them a letter saying we're evicting them if there's people that are living in it.
That's right. And every one of them has someone living in it.
Okay, so I've got to prepare eviction letters. Okay.
Correct.
And those can be delivered on Friday.
Now, let me back up on that. There are land, some of them is just land, Joyce.
Just 2 of them.
Right, well, those we wouldn't be evicting because it's
Right.
just land.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I marked those, so no problem.
So that you know that it's just land.
Do we send them a notice that, to vacate the premises for any further use or anything, or?
Then there's no use anyway.
I'm sorry?
They don't even mow it.
Yeah, I didn't know if they don't even have lawnmowers on it, or
No,
bird feeders.
no, on either one of them.
And, so I should make arrangements with the chief to have someone go and deliver those?
On the 24th?
On the 24th, right.
Yeah.
On number 4, probably, once they pay, which I'm assured that they are gonna pay, they probably need to speak to someone about merging the 2, because they really didn't know that they were.
On number 4?
It was inherited. There's the house and then there's the land. The
But
house
this-
is all
this-
paid up,
Yep.
but the land isn't.
I know he was informed of that as an option, and he had said that
The land-
he was interested in doing that.
Land was never,
Oh, did she
involved.
give you a new list tonight?
No, but he was
Oh, I
talking
don't
about
have it.
merging them now.
what's that?
He was talking about merging them now. It's two different things, and he didn't think one went with the
Okay, I
other, and,
understand now.
but he was talking about merging the lots.
Number 4?
Isn't that, am I not?
So on number 4,
Right there, Joe.
Oh, I'm looking at somebody different. Never mind.
It's this,
I was thinking about number 9. Because this is actually a piece of property.
yes.
It's not, and he was saying, well, you said number 4.
No, this is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, and he says it's contiguous to his house, and he was going to merge the lot for the future.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying, we gotta
yeah.
remind him that
Oh,
that's
yeah,
an
well-
alternate to merge them, and then he'll only get one bill. Because
I don't know,
brother
but
is
he
helping
didn't
him
even
out.
know the other.
And he's getting confused because there's 2 bills, and one...
Thought it was part of the house to begin with.
so
Be done with it.
number 4, so who's
No,
going to be talking
let me see, I'll
to
tell you the
Who's going to be
number.
It's
talking to
number
him?
9.
No, it's not number, yeah, it is number 4.
So who's going to be talking to him?
It's 9 on yours, yours isn't the
Yeah, this is
recent one.
Oh,
I had the same problem.
no. Here's the recent one right
It's
now.
4 on the 16th, right?
I thought you spoke
to him.
Or on the 16th.
I got 2 of them.
Maybe in the future they keep their number and we just have some holes.
Particulars. I don't know the particulars about it. He
Yeah,
has-
he has to go to planning board, he has to talk to Dari, but
Right.
how would he do that if it's a buildable lot?
Keep them all until,
I don't think it is.
It's a lot of record with that.
because I want to see how they go down.
They're
too.
budding, he can merge them. Are they in the same name?
I don't know
They have
why
to be
you
in the
would.
same name? I
Well, if
wouldn't.
it's a buildable lot, I wouldn't merge.
Me neither.
Well, that's
I'd
up
look
to
at
him.
selling it.
It's up to him.
Is there
Yes.
access to the lot?
I haven't walked it.
I'd have to look
It sounded
at it.
like it talking to him, but
I mean, if there wasn't, it would be a backland lot.
And
he'd
you
be
couldn't
paying
say
like,
it.
he'd be
Right.
paying like $5 taxes on it or something crazy. I mean, the
well, look at
taxes.
the amount. The amount is nothing over 3 years' time.
No,
So,
that's 1 year's time
no,
to get it off the lane.
Yeah, that's just
Oh,
1 year for
okay.
that.
That's
For
one
the
year.
new one,
well, if that's all the property tax, that's not too much.
look at
No.
your old one, and it'll
This
tell you
is
the
the old
total.
one. Oh. Jesus. This is one. And there's yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, 129,
265 or something.
265, 45.
Why is the amount on this one different from the amount on that one?
Interest.
Interest accrued daily.
I see. Both of them are on the 23rd. I get it.
That was my question, that was my answer. Because
But look at the total. The
this
total
one was
is
supposed to be,
nothing.
but this one was supposed to be figured out according to June 23rd,
Yeah.
marked up here, June 23rd.
Yeah.
This one's figured out for June 23rd, but the amounts are different.
Yeah, yeah. That's why, that was my question, and interest covers that, yeah. Okay.
Okay, I met with Primex, and there's a number of documents you need to sign. Okay, and this is so nice because we get a nice little toolkit, all 3 insurances, all the instructions, everything's right here, it's all web-based Did you say you got a toolkit? toolkit.
Right there. Why, do you need a wrench?
Oh,
Member toolkit.
you got a notebook of instructions.
It got my attention when she said toolkit.
So did I. I'm like, why would they give you a toolkit? So,
It's paper, it doesn't count.
so as soon as these forms are signed, they'll activate our login, and both Gail and I together will do this. I'll be the Send 'em primary, around. she'll be the backup. If you guys want to go in and view anything, I can give you passwords, you can go in and look at claims.
Does it have to be, the signatures have to be witnessed?
Do signatures have to be witnessed?
You have to
said
be
we have documents
notarized.
to sign, do they have to be
Yes.
witnessed?
Let me look and see.
Joyce is a notary, I think.
They both are.
There
This
you go.
one does not. This one is for unemployment compensation insurance. These are letters to the Department of Labor, which says that U.S. Selectmen, because you're going to sign this resolution, are designating Primex as the town's agent to make claims payments.
Got it.
Okay? So first, sign the resolution, and second, sign the letter.
Oh, I signed them backwards, does that count? I'm just sorry.
Look what I said.
I was being Peter for a moment.
Help me, Jesus.
It's a rough night.
It's still early.
Okay, and these are things that I have to fill out tonight. All right, those are those two letters, and get these in the mail. Physically. All right. And when those come back, let me put them in this envelope. Okay, there's just two more. This is the membership agreement. We are members of a public risk pool. They're not our insurance company. We're members of a risk pool. There is no term on this, because we can terminate at any time as long as we give them a 45-day written notice of termination.
Does it work that way for them?
No,
They can negotiate?
They can't terminate. They can jack our rates, but they cannot just say,
That's how they terminate.
right, but I mean, a commercial can just show up and say, we're canceling it. So there's two copies here. Now, this one is a problem because you're going to need to vote to authorize. It says, "I attest that the foregoing is a true copy of the resolution of the governing board of the town of Tilton adopted on tonight, and it's to be signed by the chairman. Their name, their title is duly authorized." So I will need a vote of the board to authorize the chairman to sign these.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the chairman to sign the Primex agreement, membership agreement.
Second.
Why wouldn't Primex know that the Board of Selectmen is either 3 or 5?
I told them that if you guys want to go ahead and have all of you sign it, that's fine.
No, that was just a question. They deal with municipalities, why don't they know that?
I call the question.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
I abstain.
Coward.
Authorized official
I
signature.
guess I'm more used to signing under my name than over.
Now, everything that was on our current property schedule, I sent to them. So to at least get started, this is the value of our current vehicles, building, and contents. We have 17 full-time officers, 4 part-time officers, and 1 jail cell.
And one what?
A holding cell. The only thing that's different when I looked at it is they left off mobile equipment. And they said because with mobile equipment, which is self-propelled and not subject to vehicle registration, if it's
Like a Segway?
anything that's over $20,000 needs to be scheduled. The only thing that we have on there now that's over $20,000 is a sewer generator. It's like $25,000.
What about the town's generator, which is identical to it, I
Don't
believe?
we have 2
Yeah,
generators?
it's over the
One
PD.
is 20,000 and the other one is 25,000.
Could have sworn they were the same generator and bought about the same year. Do we have the years on them?
I can pull that up when I
No.
go back over.
Where do you store that generator?
So,
Ours is down on Mill Street at that pump station.
okay,
Is that the only
so,
generator you have?
It's a big one. The big one for the PD.
So I will go ahead and attach to this that you guys are gonna sign.
I just thought there
I'll
was
attach the
another.
information on that generator.
We've got some permanent ones.
So this one, all of you can sign.
Oh, golly
Oh,
gee.
maybe I have it right here. No, because when I looked at it, I said, well, wait a minute, where's the mobile equipment? And they do have, they do have plates on them, don't they? Or do they,
What?
both generators?
If you're gonna move them, they
It
should.
wouldn't be mobile if you couldn't move.
They should.
The
Should be
trailers,
registered.
Just look at the date, 61616.
It's a palindrome.
All week.
No, today.
Today.
No, not, is it just today?
Yeah, just today. 61616.
That speed trailer, that's less than 20,000, I'm sure. It's
What?
not, that speed trailer that you
Yeah.
have.
1,000.
To make it-
Thank you, sir.
I don't think it was less than
You bet.
3,000.
Did you print your name?
No.
All
No, I
right, is this
didn't.
the member?
I don't have the energy.
Okay. And I'll explain this, and then when we go into non-public, I'll give you my suggestions. When you're transitioning insurance, okay, certain things have occurred under property liability insurance trust. Something may have happened, but nobody filed a claim. Or maybe they filed a claim, but they want to protest it. And on certain things, you have statutes of limitations. So our Primex won't cover those if we get a claim. I'm not saying we will, but if we did, Primex offers a transition endorsement insurance plan to cover those what-ifs.
And how much is that?
It's free.
What's the catch?
The catch is that
You
I
gotta
have to put
identify
Primex
them.
in writing, identified to Primex in writing before June 30th. These are potential things that may come up.
Have you got any potentials?
I have 4 that I want to run by the board,
All
but
right.
in non-public.
Okay, yep.
I just don't want to expose the town to anything. I'm just worried about the what-ifs.
And we should worry about the what-ifs.
So we can talk about that when we go non-public. All right, this is my checklist for everything I've got to give them. Database contact sheet, key member contacts. I talked with Tim while the representative, Sally Tanner is her name, about do we want to go on a fiscal year or a calendar year? Unemployment compensation has to be a calendar year. We would like to have the town to be on a calendar year instead of a fiscal year. It just makes it so much easier for us, because your
else is-
premiums are all based on your wages.
Yep.
And it's just make it much easier to do that reporting.
Okay.
So you're okay with that? So I'm going to put down that we
okay.
want January.
Is there a
Everybody okay with that?
downside to this somehow?
No, and actually it helps with budgeting. No, what they'll do is, they'll issue an invoice for 6 months. In October, we'll get estimates for 2017, which that's freaking me out, that saying the word 2017.
Getting older by the second, Joyce.
So we'll be able to
Let's
budget
move it
for that.
along.
It's gonna be 2020 before we know it.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're prepaying for 18 months or anything like that. And we can, and I asked Tim, I said, Tim, how about, since we get our money semi-annually, do you want to just pay semi-annually? And they said, that's fine, so we're going to do that.
Okay.
Well,
And the unemployment compensation insurance is only $500 a year, so we'll just pay that,
Doesn't make sense, but okay.
okay? So I got everything back, but that we still, okay. And then the other thing is to get our discount, one of our discounts, we get 3 discounts. One for having all 3 insurances. The second discount is for having an active joint loss management committee and having training and really making right now, our joint loss management, I mean, we follow the letter of the law. I've tried to offer trainings, but just not a lot of response.
Can we mandate training?
Oh, I think now that they are mandated.
Well, and with Primex, they have a plethora of videos that you can
There you go.
go through.
That's a good idea.
So, so to get this thing kicked off, so that's one of the reasons I canceled the staff meeting this month, and I'm sorry about the late notice. I should have called you, Joe. and
It
that's
was in my email.
Yeah,
If I had just opened my email,
because I'd originally tried to set it up for yesterday, but she said no, she had a lot of paperwork to go over. So we rescheduled it for next month, and the first half is just going to be with department heads, so I'll send out all this information from 9:30 to 10, so department heads know we have new insurance, and this is who we contact for each of these things, which is me, and if I'm not available, it's Gail, so that nothing slips through the cracks. Okay, be very clear about that. And then the next half hour to an hour will be everybody, and we'll go over what we can do to beef up our joint loss management and training. Okay, so mark that on your calendar. They have great training programs. Okay, so we're all excited about.
The toolkit?
Okay, now the other thing, and we still have time, but just so you know, the trash ordinance should be somewhere,
It's over here.
so what are we doing? Because I have to
When I
let,
look at the ordinance, I don't get trash pickup. 610-2, is it? 910-3-2, the designated curbside location for trash pickup and recycling is the area directly in front of the residence or establishment from which trash originated within 5 feet of the curbside or the shoulder of the road or street. Well, if they don't come down my street, then I can't put it where you're telling me to put it and get it picked up. Then the next one, this section doesn't apply to private roads where applicable. I don't know if I apply or don't apply.
you're currently picking it up, do you apply?
Huh?
If they're currently picking it up, do you apply? And they said they would do it for a bare minimum of 6 months. Even without the waiver, and they're trying to get the waivers so that they can go down there.
But no one's answered my question. How do you get a waiver from a dead man?
I'm not sure how that'll play
I
out.
don't know how that will play out. I'm sure
Gotta
that,
be a trust somewhere.
I'm sure that, I don't know if you're the only road that does that, and like,
There may be more in my neighborhood, because I think he developed a good chunk of it.
well, the other thing too is, right now, they go all the way down from Andrews Road all the way down Crystal Lane, they turn around, that's a town road. So, anybody on the smaller ones, like Emerald Lane or Ruby Lane or whatever, they just bring it out.
But according to this, I'm not following the procedure, because it's in front of my house.
Well, your house is on a maintained portion of the road, the other house on Ruby Lane is
No,
not.
mine is on the non-maintained, I'm on Ruby.
Oh, you're on the non-maintained, okay. Well, if you don't feel comfortable signing a waiver form,
Well, how can I sign a waiver on something I have no
Something you
legal
don't own.
ownership to? I have rights to travel over it, that is it.
Who issued you that right? Your deed?
okay, well, in
Deed.
that instance, that will be a
Albert.
decision of the Board of Selectmen, because they do go down Ruby Lane. How it goes down there, and they go down Emerald,
They
and
go down the whole neighborhood.
They don't go down Pearl.
No, they go
Pearl-
down to the end of Andrews, and they don't do, I think, Topaz.
Yeah, everybody they don't do Topaz, and the people bring it up to the town portion of the
So then we
Andrews.
have a bulletin here that we apply to some people but not other people, because they don't reside on a road that they travel?
Well, the if applicable is if they provide a waiver to our contractor. That would be an applicable situation.
Okay, but if you can't,
And the truck can
if you
get down.
can't sign the waiver because you don't have the rights, then what happens?
Then you would bring your refuse.
Which is in violation of that. It says in front of my residence. It doesn't say out to the town road
where
250
applicable.
feet away.
Just like the people on Topaz that brings it over to Andrews.
Right, which is what they're doing now. They bring it over to Andrews.
That would be where applicable.
This section does not apply to private roads where applicable. If mine isn't signed off, I guess it applies,
And you don't have to put it in front of your house.
but I can put it in front of my house, but they're not going to come by.
But you wouldn't have to put it in front of your house because your house isn't applicable.
No, that's a different number. 910-3-2, the designated areas in front of my house.
Didn't we go over this already?
I thought so. And I think we had this conversation then, too.
But it never
Same
came
with
to
the right-of-ways.
resolve.
Right.
It's never come to a
Right,
resolve.
and I haven't distributed that, because
Right,
the
it's
second
still
half of
hanging.
this is, I have to send there are some hot spots in town that I want the selectmen to go see for themselves, to take a look at, if you want to send a letter, or maybe work with these people to set up a different location.
I'll sign it if we get rid of 910-3-2, because it doesn't apply to me, and
What's the
the
alternative?
other people.
Okay, I've got to tell all the residents in town that, now that we no longer have pay-as-you-throw, we're back to the original trash ordinance, and that we're going to be enforcing the 5-bag limit.
Well, that's good, because I saw on a couple of streets, one had 22 bags out there.
Yeah,
saw
and
mountains.
I talked with Rick about that.
They've been saving it
And
up.
I said,
One had 18, one had
Yep.
22.
that, he said, for right now, I said, that they're gonna keep everything as is until I can get the ordinance information out, so people know what they can and cannot do, and the waiver letters go to the people on private property. And there are a number of multifamily residents, especially down on Academy Street, where it's more than 4 units, it's 5 units or more,
On Academy Street?
right at that corner down there.
That's not more than 4 units. On the corner of Chestnut and Academy?
The next one over on Academy.
I don't think,
And as you go
You know for
winter...
sure?
No, we have to double check this. I'm just saying that there are
I don't think-
hot spots that we have to check to make sure that if there are more than 4 units, they're gonna have to get a dumpster or only put out 5 bags.
I don't think that there is anybody on Academy, I could be wrong, on Academy that's more than 4 units in there.
I know the one she's talking about, and I
We were
think you're right.
counting,
I think it's
I think
4,
it's
counting
it's either 3 or 4.
electric meters.
I think it's cooler.
The owners live in Belmont.
Yeah.
But see, the thing
Ugh,
is, if
I don't
you
know.
have 4
It's
units,
close.
that means you can put out 20 bags. If you have 5 units, you can't.
You can't go by electrical units.
Yeah,
Why
common
not? I'm
areas
just
have a
saying
meter.
that
Yeah.
we have these highlighted that we need to check.
Okay.
So there will be some decisions that need to be made there. So I'm anxious to get this all resolved so we can get the notices out. And I'll
So,
give you
all right.
I'll give you a whole summary of, we went,
So if we need to back up on this, Joyce, we need to either correct the language on the trash ordinance, or we need to wait until this is resolved.
what do you mean? The
Well,
5-unit thing?
No, what Peter is saying, we can't tell people that we're going to put out your trash on the side of on the side in one paragraph, and then on the next paragraph, in the next paragraph say, well, we're applicable. We can't do that. It has to be either applicable or non-applicable. So, to me, that would be
So
either...
private roads that are unable to provide waivers will have to make arrangements to bring their refuse to the closest
Then you gotta
intersection.
you
with
gotta
a-
change the ordinance.
39 Academy has 8 units.
Well, there you go.
I thought there was one.
There is room there for a
Inspected
dumpster.
it but it was quite a few years ago.
Because the other problem, if you have the private roads all coming to a common area, how do you count the 5 bags? Now you've got multiple people all dumping at the same pile, which we have.
I think
here
we're
on-
going to have an issue anyway going forward, because the people, I don't care whether they're saving them up or not, but I really do want to watch very, very closely the the difference in poundage that we're receiving in trash,
Tim said
MSW.
he was going to keep very strict,
Well, that,
You have
records.
single-family homes, one's got 22 bags in front of their house, another one is single-family house that's 18 bags, and another one has 15 bags. Come on. This is ridiculous. This
Well,
is,
that was- that
you're not
was- it's a-
saving the town any money.
it could well be an aberration.
It's never going to work.
The
No.
thing is that they were probably trying to save themselves money. And if they held their garbage for 2 weeks and they had a place to hold, do you really think they generated 18 bags? They weren't putting out 18 purple bags.
right, but the thing is
All right,
like
so they
that,
were trying to save themselves a buck. Let's see what happens in the next
that
few
cat,
weeks.
the first
Yeah.
week, it was completely swapped in tonnage. But the homeowner, the property owner, they can get recycling bins,
They can.
and they can recycle as much as they want and
They can.
keep their fire.
People like a recycle.
I hope that the residents will continue to recycle. I hope that they'll continue to recycle more, so the numbers will go down, and the monies will go down, and we're not gonna be spending more. And then next town meeting, we reverse and have everybody
Well,
buy purple bags again.
Listen to what I'm telling you. The amount of MSW is going to go up. There's no doubt about it. If there's a 10, 11% ghost tonnage. I can name you 3, 4 different people that proudly claim they have never purchased a purple bag. Totally Tilton residents. They're taking it to work with them. They have other plans. Right? That garbage is coming back. There's no doubt in my mind. But the number that I think we have to watch is the recycling tonnage. It's not necessarily MSW, because I made the statement before, the ghost tonnage is coming back, and I expect it to go up all the 10% anyway. But if we stay at 30% by the ton, 30% recycling, we're still one of the top towns in the entire state. All right, so we're 37, 38% now.
Just say that our contractor is willing to access private property to pick up trash if it's accessible, if their equipment can safely get in, and if they have a waiver for road damage.
In Peter's instance, how are you going to get that waiver?
Well, in his instance, or let's take somebody that there's just no way the truck can get down there, that
That's
then
different.
in the ordinance that allow them, because we don't have
Right,
to
if we
pick
can't
up in
get-
front of their home, we can have a place for them to take it. They can take it to the highway garage.
But those
or
people
we
that
can-
we have been picking up in front of their homes all these years that we've had curbside, why would we come into an agreement where we're going to stop that if there's...
Because we don't have a contractor that will go and pick it up.
On a private road without
A
a
waiver.
waiver. And I'm guessing nobody will.
It's funny, they've done it for how many years now?
No,
I know, but
complained about it every
this is a different...
Somebody had, yeah.
And
there
they've
was an
decided they're not
Somebody
going to do
did
it anymore.
Somebody did something.
But they're willing to do, we have a lot of private roads.
Yeah.
So who's
So
going to
the
do the deed
alternative-
research to see when it was subdivided? Did the owner of the subdivision retain ownership of the road, or did he give the road to the parcels?
Interesting question. Is that the town's responsibility or the homeowners that live on the road?
Well, as a homeowner who's been here for like 20 years, you've always picked it up. My question is,
Why
you done it
stop now?
before?
Why stop?
Because, well, they'll
They're
do this for
refusing
6
to.
months. Let's go back out to bid and see if we can get another company. That would be the alternative.
let's check the source of the ownership of the roads and see if we can't get factual information to get in contact with either the heirs or whatever to the roads and see if we can't get waivers.
The trusts and whatever. Now, we're
But
going to
how many
help.
other roads are there that are in that
We're
situation?
supposed to be helping them with this problem, right?
Check the
Of getting
gem
waivers
district.
out to,
Yeah.
It's going to be the entire, it's going to be the roads we don't own in the Crystal Lane, Andrew Road area.
Not just that one.
No, could be Murphy Lane.
There's a
Well,
road,
Murphy Lane, but the owners still live on Murphy Lane, though, because they...
Right.
Right.
there's a road, what is it, Knapp Road, that dirt road almost across from your house, Captain.
They don't go down Knapp Road.
They don't, they go down just to the
Not
other
Noise?
side.
Oh, Noise they do.
Noise,
is a
Noise,
town
that's the
road.
one, Noise Road. They go
Noise is-
down
We
just,
used to have a dumpster down there.
that's right.
Just as you cross the railroad track.
And he said he would continue to go down there, but on that one corner, there's one tight corner, the homeowners are gonna have to cut back some brush, because their truck is just, it can't make, and Dennis went through this with those,
When,
Yeah.
in the winter,
and
they
because in
can't
the
get,
winter,
they
it's a
can't get
problem.
through there. They just can't get through.
And if their truck can't get through, they're not gonna pick it up.
So DPW is not plowing it?
The problem is
road's
that
too
over the
narrow.
years, and when we went in there, so here's the thing, we went in there and did that road project in what, 1999, 98?
No, 90s, yeah, 96,
Some-
98 range.
Something like that. And so there had to be a defined right-of-way for the town. So what is that? Have those homeowners encroached into that right-of-way? Because if you drive down there...
There's some trees down
There's
there.
fences and plantings and whatnot that are really close to the road. There's no wiggle room.
What's the pavement width, 16 feet? Not,
I don't know for that road.
It's a one-way street, it's barely a driveway.
well, it's wide, it's
It's
It's barely a
12
driveway.
tight.
to 16,
It's pretty tight. There's some places where two vehicles can't pass you.
Yeah.
which is why it's,
I don't think,
Well, it's one
One-way
way,
once
it's
you
one
get in.
way.
I don't think the loop is 16 feet.
But, so my
Maybe
point
12.
is we'd have
I
to
would
look
say it would
at,
be
See,
the
closer
travel
to-
lane is 10,
See the
so it's
two
wider than a typical
asterisks?
road lane.
Right.
if we pulled out.
See the two
something else for the
asterisks?
road,
Those need to be
we could determine
in the
width of
winter.
road,
In the winter.
How much
in the
we can tell
winter.
people to get it out.
If you park on the street, you're just SOL. You can't even get by.
So somewhere in our files are the blueprints for that road.
The asterisk.
Yeah, Noise Road is a town road,
Right.
but it's just very
If we
narrow.
had the blueprint from when that work was done, we could determine what is ours. So
So,
when we go down there, we can say to them, you must remove this. It is on the town's right-of-way, the town's road. So we are telling you, you have to move it, not would you, could you please?
it's really clear that we're not going to get all the answers to our questions tonight. So let's work on trying to get who owns those roads, that we need to find out who owns the roads. We can't do anything with that trash ordinance unless we figure out what we're going to do with it, and unless
Well, you
we're
can strike
suggesting to
completely the private,
road
road.
section. Right.
and, which is totally separate from our
Well, you have to
contract, our
strike out in
construction.
front of the house, part two, because I'm no longer putting it in front of my house, I gotta bring it to an alternate location.
What's the harm in just letting it ride for now? Till we get an answer on those private
Well, I
roads?
think you wanted to,
Well, that's why we just, because I wanted to get the notices out to people, especially about the 5 bags.
It isn't, well, it's 5 bags now. It's always been 5 bags.
People don't know that.
It's always been 5 bags.
It's never been enforced.
No, it's never been enforced. You do need to get
And
the
I'm
letter.
thinking that unless we have the
But-
contractor enforce it, it won't ever be enforced.
And they're willing to enforce it.
Great.
just let them
You
enforce it.
have one road out of the private roads that seems to have an anomaly. We shouldn't disenfranchise all the other people that live on private roads because of the one situation.
It might be more than one, we just don't know that, I
That's
think.
right, and they may come to our attention, and then we'll have to resolve them as we go. Peter seems to be a deed search. Let's find out, somebody inherited that. Somebody did.
Do you think
It's not
Larry
there
could
now.
do some deed searching
Check
for us?
the planning board for any site plan reviews for
What's up?
Albert Lorraine,
I have.
because besides
I
Ruby,
think it's
I
going
would
to
say
require
Emerald.
someone like...
It's frightening, I have.
Someone
Oh,
like
okay.
There's not a lot of
Dave,
information down there.
Right.
Krause could do it in 1/10 of the time it would take staff to, and we're not legal experts.
If
So you're
that's,
suggesting we hire a lawyer?
no,
No,
he's
a
a
surveyor.
surveyor. If that's what it takes for him to do
That's
the
even more
research on the
It would be
deed
minimal.
It doesn't
search.
take much to look through the deeds to see how that who inherited.
I don't think you're gonna find anything
There's no-
that says who inherited it.
I don't think there's any
Somebody's
deed.
gotta go spend
Well, it'd
time
be
down
the
at
original
road.
deed before the subdivision. Because I don't think there was a deed, because the town doesn't list the beach as owned by Albert Laranger, which he still has ownership
That just
to.
means it never came forward.
Well, no, what they've done is I get assessed for it with
Well,
my
I
6
think
other
it would-
neighbors.
I think we
Even
could-
though his estate owns the land.
Right, but you have a right to use it.
Yes, but he's the owner. How come they dropped him from the taxes? He owns it, his estate.
Before we hire Krause, give me the weekend. I look at it all the time.
You do?
All the time. Constantly. So, let me see what I can find.
So this
From
is
home.
the,
It's much easier at home.
so it's the
Java.
whole
Just
area, so
volunteered.
it's emerald, or is it just ruby,
I
crystal?
would say ruby, no, crystal's
You set the
down.
standard.
Ruby, emerald, lower Andrews might be, although that may be part of the Wildwood Association.
I already have some information on those roads.
Okay,
From where we're
all
trying to
right,
find
so
the-
for the ordinance, you want to just strike out private roads?
No, like I said, right now we have an anomaly with one that we know of. We can assume the
Well-
rest of them, we don't have this problem.
But the bullet ahead of that one, Joyce, says I have to set it in front of my house. If I'm moving it elsewhere, then we've got to strike that from the ordinance. You have
Can we
to,
put a bullet under that paragraph where it says in
Yeah.
front of your house and say, in parentheses or something under that, and said this excludes private roads?
or if you say
Just add a sentence.
designated areas.
Just add a sentence in there. I wish I had it in front of me, but can you?
You want it?
Put a sentence in there that states, private roads that cannot supply a, one of
Waiver?
those things, a waiver, will have to contact town hall to determine the location of where their trash will be picked up.
Yeah.
That kind of covers everything, doesn't it? How'd you get that so quick?
Gail had it.
Yeah, that's good.
So that just,
I think that's a good resolution. Anybody else?
That gives us time
that
to work
way,
it
if
out.
somebody else, we find out there's another private
We
road,
Where they-
can
but
work
That's
on
the
it.
only thing you can do.
Right.
Locate it.
Do we have
I'm
air
okay.
conditioning on, or do
Once we
can do
revisit it when we
windows?
find out.
Well, one window is open. These are, I can't open them. And the fans kick up too
Yeah.
much dust. This is very warm. All right,
Try to
so,
open those windows?
Catherine, can you repeat that for us?
I don't know.
If we can get it off the tape.
K1,
Yeah, I don't think I can remember.
Yes, FedEx, I don't have to sign any
It's been a
waivers.
long week and I'm really tired, I'm so sorry.
I wouldn't bring it up to them.
All right.
We'll get it off the tape.
Other thoughts have crowded right in. Yeah,
I hear
would just- I would just add it as another sentence to that.
Right. And then we can send it out, correct?
Okay, yeah, well, you have to sign the ordinance, so I can send it out.
Private roads that are not able to provide a waiver will notify residents of those roads, will notify Town Hall, Tilton Town Hall, to determine the location of where their trash pickup will be. Something like that.
Yep.
That's kind of a blanket, and then we can go forward and see if we can resolve the issue for the known road.
Well, it's interesting, I don't have to supply a waiver to my K1 supplier, my propane supplier, UPS, FedEx.
Well, we do for the trash.
They might not know they're traveling on a private road.
Oh, I think they do, because there's a little sign, I believe, out front that says private road,
Yes, it does.
so.
But nonetheless, this guy is
Why did they
relying
put
on
that there?
I'd take it down.
They think it will
Of
keep
course,
people off of
our
there?
bid document listed those as part of the routes, didn't it?
Yes, it is.
So he bid on that.
And he said he'd be willing to pick it up, but he needs a waiver on a private
We
road.
didn't, that wasn't in the bid documents, though. We
That's
have-
what he's saying now.
Okay, so if we do that, we're opening it up for renegotiation. Since they're traveling less miles, I want to see a reduction in the cost.
And if they refuse,
Oh, we
Then
should
say,
find
stick
out.
to the original bid.
Just
You-
started.
You bid this?
Go out for rebid.
No, hold them to the bid. Take them to
Nothing's
court.
stopping us.
You signed it.
Contacting them.
they haven't signed it.
Give us for a price for that.
They've made the bid.
we can readdress that.
They presented us with a bid
Based
and
on
no
104
contract,
more.
no contract's been signed.
Based on those 104 stops,
104 stops.
that include private roads.
The private road ones.
That was included in the original bid.
They
I
were.
know, now they're not doing those.
Right.
Well, they are doing
And
them, but they
haven't
require
given
a
us
waiver.
And they haven't given us a break in the price.
So I
Well,
They
they,
weren't doing it before.
Yes, they were.
No, they were not.
They
were
let's
not
get
doing
it done, yeah.
well, not just,
Jensen's
Okay.
is
No, we're not
private.
talking.
No, we're not talking
Oh, I'm
about
sorry.
this, we're talking about private roads.
just the private road ones, the Emerald Lanes and what have you.
How many does that entail for residential pickup?
Of the,
The
Private
roads that they're-
roads.
Private roads that they're not picking up, that they were picking up prior to.
Potentially.
but they are picking them up, and they will, as long as they get
Well,
waivers.
if
But
they
once-
don't
if they
get a
don't get
waiver.
Potentially, how many would there be?
Oh,
Right.
I'll
Oh,
add that up for
tons.
you. Yeah, tons.
Jesus, tons.
It's
So
a change to the bid.
Then Peter's correct, and we should receive a difference in calculation of what it's costing the town of Tilton for
they don't end up
pickup, if
picking them
there's
up.
tons of people that they can't pick up because there's no waiver.
But we don't know if there's not gonna be a waiver. Most of those private roads are pretty clear. Most of them are pretty clear deeded. The subdivisions, most of those are, it's very clear in there that they actually have, a partial of those roads.
So there might be a few.
Sure. So why did the planning board let mine go through that way then, if they were clear?
And when did that go through?
69?
Yeah.
I want to know when they knew about this issue, because they've had the RFP since, what, December? When did we award the
What if
RFP?
they switched
In the
insurance
fall,
companies?
right?
We put it out in the fall.
We
Put it out
awarded
in the
it
fall.
over the winter. We held
So
off a bit.
the whole out for the winter, and they had this issue, and just when we're about to sign the contract, oh, by the way, we
Oh, no, no,
can't do
no,
the
this
final...
was before, and we gave them alternate language. Tim had said, we'll give you alternate language, and they rejected the alternate language. It wasn't Dave Allen or Rick Moriarty, it was the attorneys for reviewing the contract.
But at the midnight hour, they rejected it.
We've had it for a while. We've talked about this for a long time.
So we've had it for a while.
Yeah. How many
it's on
weeks
us.
Well, I'm just saying we knew it was an issue, and we were on our 5th revision, I think, because every time we'd say, okay, I think we got it now, then something else would be
But
changed.
no.
It didn't hit
It
us
did not
until
hit the...
after
did-
March.
About the streets
about a week
not
before we
being
needed to
picked up.
sign.
It was not until about a week or two before we were to sign it that issue came up. Oh, yeah. All the other issues were issues. I agree with you, but not the issues of the picking up, not picking up on private roads unless they had a waiver. That issue
Oh,
didn't...
right, that was their resolution to it, because they were told they couldn't sign it. And that was their resolution.
Do we have the legal opinion why they couldn't sign it?
No, that was just what Dave had relayed, that their attorneys won't.
So their attorney said something, we see nothing to back it up.
And we need to get a lawyer.
Or at least see their opinion as to why they
If you
can't.
really want to pursue it that hard, let's just try and get the waivers.
And so I think,
And they
let's
want
try
to
to get
pick
the
up, they
waiver.
want to pick up, they're willing to
Yeah.
pick it up.
And
but-
that's okay,
Try and
but
get waivers.
let's be proactive in this, and I think that we really should at least call the New Hampshire Municipal Association and say, hey, what if? What if we can't get waivers? We have a contract with these people that now all of a sudden they're not going to pick up these roads.
Actually, you
The
don't have a
follow-up would
contract,
be
do
as-
you?
So now we don't have a
Breaks.
contract
We
with
have
The
them.
an
contract,
somewhere.
right, but
We have
the
an
contract
extension.
expired
We have an extension, we signed an extension, that's a
for 30
contract.
days,
But we still have a contract with them.
but after 30 days.
30
then you
days.
go, "Yep, no,
I know, but
We're done.
if the refuse can be brought to a location, it would still be picked up curbside.
You know, I mean, that's easy
Or
to
if the
say. You're not
person-
talking about, you're not living in
Right.
in a neighborhood that's had their
I know.
garbage picked up for 20 years, and then all of a sudden, now you're 80 years old, and you got to bring it down to the
I know, I'm just saying. that
Highway garage.
The cost difference between
They've changed it.
And I'm not trying to defend them, I'm just saying that they've got their fixed costs to go, they know how long it takes a truck to go and drive around and
They've been
pay the
doing the
workers'
route for
comp and do
years.
all the routes for years. It would have to be a lot of stops that they're not doing, I think, to justify, you know.
It's not the stops, it's the traveling. It's traveling down the roads that's taking time. Loading it in the truck, they get it done
No,
like
well, that's
that.
what I meant, that's what I
Well, no,
meant, to go, to drive down
lost
this road
mileage.
and stop and do that in miles, yeah.
When you talk to
We
municipal
can
associations...
figure that out, we can figure out how many miles difference that would be to build our case.
I think we should be covering all our bases, is what I'm saying, and being proactive and say, what, if the 30-day extension comes up and the board doesn't agree to sign it because all of a sudden we have X amount of
No, he said,
households
no,
that
for
are not...
6 months, they're going to be picking up. They're allowing us time to get the extensions.
I'm
Can we-
not sign, the contract that we signed, extension is for 30 days. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. In 30 days from now, if we don't have a definitive answers from them, what they can and what they can't do, I mean, we need to not just sign a 3-year, 5-year contract with them and say, oh, well, if you find this out, do it this way. If you find that out, do it that way. I can't, this is the town of Tilton we're trying to protect. I can't do
When you're
that.
trying to protect them, remember that if they don't have a contract signed by us, and
Can I make,
they decide they're not going to pick up any of the garbage in town, that creates a hell of a problem. All right? So we need to help rectify the problem.
That's why I'm saying be proactive in finding out all our answers now so that it doesn't come to that point. That's all I'm asking.
We've only got 10 days or so to do it.
I'm asking to
I
do
know,
that.
but Peter has been bringing this to our attention for quite some time. I can't call a lawyer without you people letting me know.
Can you call municipal association?
I'll do whatever the board directs me to do.
Can you do that?
Go ahead,
You can
John.
do that.
John has to speak here. Come on.
Laconia just completely got all new contracts and a new contractor in the area, and they're doing their the recycling as well as the municipal pickup. And it's, I think it was called Puritan or Pilgrim Trash. That might be somebody that we did we do a bid from them?
No.
We only got one reply to all of
He's
the ones
asking
we
if
sent.
we
Thought the question,
Oh, I don't know.
send it to that
I don't know.
company.
Yeah, and it's whoever Laconia just signed up with, and it was a big thing in the paper on the great price that they got and all that. I think it might be time to,
At this point, I say we sign the Casella contract based on the wording, which was, we do it as we've always done. That was what we bid, that's what they priced.
yeah. But if we can get a
But
different
if they
price,
say, they're going to say no, because they've already said no.
if we can,
Then we
if
have
we
to
can
have
have
a
a backup.
fallback plan. We have to have a fallback plan.
So when we put it out to bid, there was no penalties for the low bidder if he backs out?
There was no low bidder. Oh, there was just
There was
one
one
bidder.
bidder.
No. There was no penalties now
There's
if he
no
wants to
penalty.
remove his bid after he's bid.
There's no penalty.
That may be something to look into.
We've got
I would
10
ask
days.
the municipal association lawyers, why is it that Casella's requiring it, yet your heating oil, any of the other utilities that run big trucks, they don't ask for it? Eversource hasn't said anything.
Totally valid point. 10 days.
I think it's because, well,
Apparently,
I
Casella's
think they're
had,
irresponsible
in?
people.
they've had
Don't wanna
issues
go and
with
be
their drivers
responsible for anything
apparently,
that
so
they
they're
do.
trying to cover themselves.
Can you,
I think they're irresponsible people, and
Call
they don't want to be
them and-
responsible for
and-
any
All right,
actions that they do
So New Hampshire
to you
Municipal
or the environment.
Association, and you want me to contact, no, Catherine's going to do the deed research
yeah, and let's
Boy
call
Scouts.
Pilgrim and look at pricing,
and Pilgrim.
just
It
for
would be
the heck
who
of it.
Laconia has, I think it was Puritan or Pilgrim.
So we just send them a copy of the RFP that we sent out to everybody else?
That would give them the most information to adequately
That's what
price
everybody
it.
else bid on,
Right,
so.
exactly. see if they can get back with us with something.
Real quick.
Real quick.
Quick, our contract runs out on the 30th, I think.
So that would have to be,
Because I don't think we can do all the waivers by the 30th.
Tim has done all the negotiations and
so
everything.
can you give him a call? John? Why don't we have John just email it to
I'll
him?
have,
Oh, you're gonna email it? Okay,
just say to call Laconia.
right. Ask them what they have for, got it. Let them work, let
Okay,
them-
and NHMA, you want to know, tell me again what you want me to ask Municipal Association.
Why is it that we have a trash hauler requiring easement, or waivers, whereas oil dealers, other utilities that travel these private roads, none of them have ever asked? They're the only one. And what would be the reasoning behind it? Because if they're not damaging the road, how am I going to go after them? The only reason I would, is if they,
I don't think they can answer that. That's,
I'm guessing they're not going to be able
Those
to
are
answer
private
it, but we should
businesses, right.
ask, I
we're not
guess.
gonna know
all
what.
right, so then
private-
we hold Casella to the bid.
I think the
Good luck.
question would be, what would be our instance where, if in fact we can't,
They say no.
if we can't acquire the necessary waivering, then what would happen with our original bid, and where do we go from there on the original bid?
That's fine.
I think that would be the question for NHMA. You couldn't ask, why does the gas company do this and why does the utilities do that? Because they're two different companies with two different policies, and they,
So can
a
we ask,
lawyer would...
can we ask Casella why get their legal
I
opinion?
think it was something to do with their insurance company, correct?
That's what they
That
said.
because they said, well, would the town provide a insurance certificate?
It sounds like they're looking to get out of their liability.
Right.
Oh, exactly.
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 Only on a private,
On a private
non-town
road.
maintained
Right,
road.
and our insurance, I called our insurance, and our insurance said, no, we can't insure businesses on property that we
Property,
don't
private
have
roads,
control
right.
over.
We're purchasing services to supply trash removal from X
Right.
number of residents that have been getting it all along. That's bizarre. I
From
think
the
it's
same
bizarre that they-
company. It's
yeah,
just a
from the
different
same
name.
company,
I mean,
that they
come
all
on.
of a sudden
It is a
say,
completely separate
we're not going to
company. It
service
doesn't
you. We
exist
want your
anymore.
trash, and we're going to
Casella.
charge you for that.
But
But we're not going to do
They
it.
bought
They
Bestway.
bought
They
Bestway.
sat here in front of the board, I wasn't here, and said,
Mm-hmm.
oh, no,
We're best, we're
No,
gonna be...
no. We assigned our existing contracts that
To
were
Casella.
Best Ways to Casella.
Yeah.
That contract was over.
Yeah.
We put both things out to bid again. These are new contracts. These are
They
all
sat
new
there and
contracts.
lied.
It's the same company, though, that took over Bestway, so they've been picking up, that same company has
I
been
agree
picking
with
up
you
our
there.
trash.
Yes, they have been.
Yeah.
But they're no longer
Best Way Casella.
honoring that
All right,
old
how are we
contract.
gonna
They're
go
honoring
forward
what
with
they
the key?
bid on.
They're
That's
DBA,
the
the
key,
trash
Joyce.
lady.
How do we go forward? We're gonna get a bid. I'm gonna do some research. What was the other thing?
That
We're gonna-
NHMA to see
NHMA.
about,
Yeah.
can we hold them to their bid
There were
for
two
private
things. There
roads?
was the private road that we had to look up. What was the other thing?
Joyce will call NHMA, Catherine will do the deed research, and Joyce will call...
And Tim is gonna call the...
And Tim will call Laconia.
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim or
Puritan, one of the
Puritan
P
or
firms.
whatever.
There was a third thing. A second thing.
No, they said that they would
Private
pick up
roads.
private roads, but they wanted the town to
Private
provide
roads with waivers.
indemnity, and we can't.
There were two anomalies. Oh, yeah.
They came
The
back
width of
with,
Noise
well,
Road.
get it
The
from the
width of
waivers.
Noise
Oh,
Road.
width of Noise Road. All right, I'll ask Dari to look that up.
Make sure he's not doing it down in the circle
You need
area,
to, all
'cause
you
it's a
need to
lot
do is
wider
find that
further out.
blueprint. Find that blueprint.
Blueprint of what? Of
The Noise Road project.
Oh, the
project.
Noise Road project. Okay.
There was
But wasn't that
ditching.
done in conjunction with the sewer?
Ban.
No, it was two separate
It
projects.
was around 96.
They didn't do it at the same time?
It was two separate
here.
projects, though. There was the Noise Road project,
Yep.
because we replaced 2 wells because of the project. They put in French drains, sucked all the groundwater away from those dug wells. It was quite extensive. It went from dirt to some of it asphalt. Is it all asphalt now?
What? Noise?
Noise.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have anything else?
Just a non-public.
All right, I have one thing. Jules Harvey, I spoke with during Budget Committee, last month's Budget Committee meeting, and she's been asking for the Select Board to tape, for us to archive or put our videos on YouTube, which is free, but it's also time-consuming. When I first chatted with her at Budget Committee, and I said, write us an email, and I would, forward it to the board, but she actually wrote it to the board, so you all got the email. I asked Joyce and Tim, did I forward that to you? I'm sorry.
Did to me, to the board.
But did I forward Joyce's,
I vote as no.
okay, here it goes, right here now, I'm sorry. So Joyce's input and Tim's input, I asked them both to, particularly the IT director, to,
It's not our official record of the minutes.
so,
We can just see Tilton's bloopers and blunders.
now here's one of the reasons why she is suggesting it, mostly for the planning board. Jane could probably speak to it, I guess, if she wanted to, but often they have planning board meetings where the person that's coming into the planning board will come in several times, and then when you really want to come in and make a decision, you can't go into the website and actually look at the previous video of the planning board only that previous week. So if the person that's coming in tonight to the planning board came in 4 weeks ago, or 4 planning board meetings ago, it wouldn't be on the website. So it's kind of disjointed, because she'd like to review it and then go to the planning board and have all her information in one place for her.
Board members are supposed to attend their meetings.
Well, they do, I guess.
Well, and Tim can, because he does hang on
He
to
keeps
them,
them.
he can repost it.
We used to have, I went on the website because we used to have years' worth of meetings on there.
Videos.
Videos, yeah. All sorts of different, everybody that got taped for years. You could go back years, and now I find out it's gone. How come it left? I didn't even realize it left,
No, he has it stored on a separate hard drive.
but you can't
But it's
access
not-
it from
But
the,
here's the thing, those minutes, those recordings are not the official minutes
No.
of that meeting.
that's correct.
So unless you're referring to those official minutes, it doesn't really pertain. You go to the minutes first, and then if you wanted to find a particular conversation of a condition that's, say, at a planning board, the condition is whatever, so many parking spaces, you could go back to the recording after you requested from Tim and find out, yes, okay, they stood there and they said, but you don't have to, because the minutes reflect it. It's an official document. And if it's not in there, oh, well, and if Sandy Plesner and I attended a meeting that,
I was there too.
I thought somebody else was with us, that Dan Crean gave about using, what do they call it, social networking? And boy, did they advise us not to. They advised us not to have a Facebook page and not to.
But that's not necessarily archiving
hold on.
meetings, is it?
Not to use YouTube.
Right. YouTube, by the way, wait a minute, Jane.
really know what
YouTube,
it
by the way, can be edited.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jane.
I was going to bring that up, that YouTube can be edited and it can be changed, and all of us, I think, at one time have seen postings of police officers
Yep.
who stopped people. As a matter of fact, there was one in Tilton that was edited.
Yeah.
But
Two of them.
my point with Jules is that, exactly yours, Catherine, that the official minutes is the only real record that we need. No one requires us to tape any meetings.
Correct.
That's a town of Tilton policy. However, it's not required by any law, by any state organization or anything else. And we tried to explain that to Jules, but that wasn't satisfactory. Her comment was, well, I can do it myself then. And I
Yes, you
can
can.
put them on YouTube. Well, yes, you can.
Now, if you look on the Tilton website right now, there are 2 planning board ones up for viewing, and there's 2 selectmen ones. There's the budget, there's 3 selectmen ones, actually, and then the Tilton Housing. So, I mean,
But it's only
there's 2
there from the
planning.
middle of May.
right.
Yeah, you can't go back to anything last year or anything. If we have these available, how come we don't currently have them on our website like we used to?
The space.
Is it a space?
Space, money.
So anyone that she was interested in actually viewing is available for her viewing by getting in touch with Tim.
That's right.
Well, there you go.
We archive those.
First thing, YouTube's not a social networking thing. It is they have storage of videos. It's not like the same thing. Second thing is I can't watch under that format with what I have available to me. I can't
Really?
watch the videos. I'm excluded from it. We all know that the minutes are the official archive, but why are we not making it easier for people to watch the videos?
It used to
and
be
do that?
easy.
This is absolutely 100% free. And it would go to as the town of Tilton owns it, and all of those videos, you can't go and actually edit one that has ownership of the town of Tilton. You could copy it, just like you could here, post it up, and call it Town of Tilton Spoofs or something, and copy what we have. But
I
if we
remember-
can have free access to something that people want, and people can't use this format anymore. Times have changed. Not everything uses it.
I explicitly remember a town meeting in which there were residents that took videos, excerpts from videos, this is before I became a selectman, excerpts from, no, it's actually when I was just first a selectman, of different meetings and different sayings. It could be a planning board meeting, it could be a selectmen's meeting, it could be a budget meeting, and just anybody that just said it and took it into a concept that they wanted to put a point across for our life safety and posted it. So yes, those things can be edited, and I remember very explicitly that they did.
But what does that have to
I
do
mean, the
with
impact was
having a
high,
larger
but-
archive that's free of our videos?
Can we use Google?
What does it
Google
cost?
charges. It's free.
Well, I know YouTube is, but what does it cost to archive these things on our website, the way we're doing all along?
That would be a question for Tim.
Well, let's find out and wait, and we'll get the answers from Tim.
Because if it's not very
Well,
expensive,
in his
I would be-
email, he said he could do it. Oh,
He
he
did
did
it.
go on
No,
YouTube?
He used to do
Said
it.
he knew,
See, the difference is that if you have it, you say it's on YouTube, you have to look at it's not a social media thing. What it is it's their site, and you have a link that plays it through there. But it's not like it's on your TV set as a comedy show or these police things that are put together. It's an actual file,
Are
like
you
Google
saying
has drive
that you
files.
can access videos on the town website with your software? Is that what you were saying?
That's right, and I brought it up to Tim. I can't with the tablet that I use,
Yeah,
my
doesn't get
personal,
it.
and
How
as
about
most
this
Linux I
white,
can.
this white thing here? Notebook?
This I can.
Yeah.
I say no.
So,
Absolutely not. It
other
is not the
residents don't have
official-
the access to.
The official record of our meetings, of any of the meetings, and not everybody knows that. We may know that, but other people don't. I sat through a selectmen's meeting and sat there while 4 of the selectmen were absolutely humiliated because people took snippets and they were all put out of context. And, wow,
Way out of context.
it was,
And some was very damaging. And
it was
just-
very
yep.
damaging. And it was very uncalled for. I
Well-
think the minutes
I didn't hear
are the
anything about
official
that.
record. That's what people should be reading.
Go look at that town meeting.
And I don't want to see Tilton's bloopers and blunders appear in the computer world,
They can do it with what you have now.
if they're quick.
Yeah, 6 weeks, quick.
Overnight. Can never stop that.
We have 6 weeks' worth of meetings on there.
No, we don't.
516 Budget Committee, I think.
I think it's more important that we move on, and if you want to get information from Tim how much, that's fine. I just voiced my opinion, but let's move on from this. We already do what the law requires us to do, and people are really interested.
I
They
do want
really
to
ought to
ask
come to
him
the
how much
meetings.
it would cost.
I'm here and I'd like to see it. I can't do that format that's on there.
I've never watched them.
On your,
Can you take your laptop
your
home
laptop,
and
it's
watch
on right here with your laptop. You
I
can do it.
this. I don't bring this laptop
Oh.
with me. I use a tablet, as most people do now.
Oh.
Everybody has tablets.
Lots of people
Android
do.
tablets, Android phones, Apple phones. That doesn't work on those.
Okay.
If you have anything Android operating system, any tablets, you cannot watch the Town of Tilton videos.
All right,
Things change.
Well, why don't we fix that? Because
get the different format, get a different format.
get a different format. That we
That-
should at
that
least
would-
fix. So
that
what
would
we
help
do
me.
put on the website,
Yeah, that would,
Well,
People
also,
should be able to
because we
avoid.
have Tim, if Tim weren't here, no one else is trained on how to
nope.
load it.
load
We
it.
know how to put it in so it
I
can do
vaguely
it.
do it, yeah. Vaguely, I've done it a couple
The
times.
original software we used, I knew how to do that.
Right.
But that's like years ago.
Now it's changed. Okay, so we'll get answers from Tim, and we're gonna move on,
Cost and
except
format.
James
And let's
waving.
find out how we
Waving your
can
hand.
Yeah,
do
go
it.
I just have one question. I know that it is a policy, Tilton Selectmen, that all meetings will be recorded, is that correct? Some
They are.
not, and I'm curious as to why it's only required of certain groups and not others.
It's supposed to be everybody.
Can we rectify that?
You'll have to give committee members lessons on how to run the camera.
I think some of the committees make non-binding decisions. They're just
Well, I know
advisory
you have
in that
one
respect.
committee where no one knows how to run the camera, which includes me.
So it's,
So even if
right now, we don't have
thought
currently
about it?
from
I wouldn't know how to do it.
the executive committee at the senior, their meetings are up at the senior center, so we would have to load the camera equipment here every time we have a meeting and bring it up there.
That's not a town board,
Yes,
is
it
it?
is.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Of course it is. And Conservation Commission and Parks. I don't know if anybody,
Trustee of trust funds,
trustee
Sewer
of
is a
trust
separate,
funds,
Checklist.
Sewer is
governing
separate.
body.
Checklist,
sewer,
and supervisors is a checklist.
that'd be boring.
cemetery.
Those that want to...
Is there a cemetery?
Well, if you want, we do have one or two videos. You can watch our dirty movies. It's going down the sewer pipe, the camera.
Zoning,
Love
we
that.
don't have zoning.
No, we don't have
I'm
zoning.
sure that's
You don't-
thrilling.
And that's
No,
one.
he does zoning, doesn't he?
Johanna's offered me to watch. I said nothing.
Well, that we can correct, because he's got the camera.
Video.
Zoning doesn't meet that often.
Yeah, but when they do, it's very important.
We'll take that under
I didn't know
advisement.
which
So I
are
think we're
which.
going to look at space and format.
Here it comes.
And you'll report back to me when?
Whenever we get the answer, thank you very much. We'll take it under advisement. I love that. All right, do we have anything else?
Gallery.
Just a non-public.
I do.
All right.
I do.
Well, we're coming, go ahead. Well, I don't have an agenda, I ripped it up. So we'll go to
Well,
selectmen's. We were going to go to non-public and then go to, and then
then-
selectmen's, but we can go to selectmen's now.
No, let's do the non-public
No,
first.
we have public
Okay.
here, we'll go to selectmen's,
All right,
then go to
business,
non-public.
okay,
Let me go work on some of this stuff, and when
Sure.
you're ready for the non-public,
okay.
or just holler if you need.
Ladies first, Kathy.
We have a parking space out here that's kind of in limbo land beside the crosswalk. It's next to the parking spaces that we are allowing Onions to use exclusively and our parking space out front for Town Hall. I'm suggesting that we put a sign up on it because,
Town hall use only?
yeah, well, like the sign we have out here.
Oh, the one out here that no one pays attention to?
Right.
On Friday evenings
But at least,
till
you know,
7?
we'd have,
Even meeting nights?
because we're having situations where, and it's fabulous that the inn is doing so well, but the only place people have to park is out there. Because we continue to, and I actually am guilty of it too. I use the spaces out here if I'm running in and out, if I can't park over here. So those get clogged up. And the only space is that one, because patrons of other businesses use that. So I'm just suggesting a sign that, so for daytime use, Monday through Friday,
Are we
or
gonna,
when town hall is open,
are you gonna enforce the parking?
well,
You-
actually,
Just ask-
No.
If you come in on a night that you have sewer, and you're here at 6 o'clock, and they're out here parked, and you know who those people do not belong in town hall, just call the PD and say, excuse me, but there's people here. We've done it at noontime on a Wednesday Rotary.
Yeah.
They're totally block our town hall parking. And we've had them knocked on the door, and they've exited the Rotary meeting and come out, unfortunately, but,
Write them up.
the other thing is this.
what do you want this sign to say?
I don't know, something about
Municipal,
Monday.
town hall
We have a
parking,
similar sign out here. I don't
Yeah.
know if that would be the same
I think that
language.
says the same thing.
pretty much.
Well, it's still,
Time.
it's from 8:30 till 9.
Yeah,
Parking for town hall use.
that's right.
There you go.
That should be,
That's
Same thing, same sign.
If they have one on hand now, I would be in favor of it. To spend extra money to block that space off when you know darn good and well nobody's going to enforce that, what it says on the sign, why would you spend the money on a sign?
I'll call the
Because
PD.
they do enforce it. I've called them up a number of times and they come right down. I called them up for Riverfront Park and she was down there 5 minutes later. They're not gonna sit out there watching it to see if somebody parks there and they're not supposed to.
Well,
They're
from the town or
dependent
not.
on us to call.
Right.
And say, hey,
We
you
know
know,
this
I just
car is-
came to a meeting and all of our town spaces are full. Could you get them cleared out? Like planning board Tuesday night. We had, an applicant come in that was carrying all kinds of stuff. And that's one of the reasons we keep those clears. It's not for the board members, it's for those applicants that are coming to the meetings. You know, you want them to have to carry all that stuff down from the parking lot? Or you have people that come to these meetings that, you know, that's a long walk for them physically. So it's a courtesy we do. And again, the police aren't gonna sit on that bench, and if they did, I'd be pretty upset watching the parking spaces. Somebody has to be their eyes. And it's like today, Noel was out marking tires. Yeah.
I have more chalk on my tires
I'm
right
pretty
now.
excited.
Trying to find
I'm
a
a
place to put
habitual
the next one.
offender with the parking, and I've never gotten a ticket. I even sat here in the meeting and laughed at the chief because he doesn't enforce parking ticket when I was illegally parked right out in front in the same space Catherine is talking about.
Yeah, I remember that.
Laughing at him, and if I was him, I'd have called the cop and had him come down and give me a ticket, but did he? No. Nobody,
I would've.
yeah.
And if I had
You
known
didn't.
you were out there, I
You
would've
didn't.
I
Oh,
would've
no. We-
texted one and
we-
had come
Catherine
down.
made a big deal out of it one night. Joe, you parked in the town space. It's not marked a town space, Catherine. And she went down and looked, and no, it wasn't marked a town space. But I was still parked there illegally. I'd been there all evening.
Well, because of the other ordinance.
Right. Okay,
Also, there is a leak down cellar.
yep,
Really?
Yep. When you turn the water on to the outside faucet, unless it's been repaired, and I don't know about it.
Nope.
It leaks.
yep.
Really?
Oh,
You
yeah.
found it, didn't
I know
you?
exactly where it leaks, too.
Yeah, didn't you find it?
Yes,
Has
it's,
that been recently though, since we went down and checked?
last year, it,
No. I mean, within the last 2 weeks, when you called me the other day?
I haven't turned it on to use it.
Okay, so when you turn it on to use it, let me know, and we'll go down and check and see.
Yeah, but if it hasn't been repaired,
But it wasn't leaking, it was just supposed to...
because it's off.
Right, but last
you
year
gonna
it was
get to
dripping, and
repair
Dennis
it?
just turned it really tight.
Okay,
And
so
it's
so
stopped.
that's what I'm saying. So somebody went down there and fixed it, all right. Because I'm gonna turn it on. I don't have any waterworks out in the trough, and I'm gonna have to water these flowers or the money's wasted.
Right, so
And
we-
that's my only source of water.
And we moved all the boxes off the
Okay.
cabinets, the cabinet behind, moved all
All right.
the boxes. And if we have to put something underneath to see if it's gonna,
Okay, because I'm gonna be, I'll probably be turning it on this weekend.
Was it from the packing and the valve?
I'm not sure. I was told about it and they
When you
shut
turned
it
the valve
off.
and it was coming out through it?
Leaks.
I think,
It's just packing the valve.
yeah, I think you could take it apart and fix it. But anyway, all
I'm gonna
right.
retire and
You could take it
apply
apart
for a
and fix it.
handyman job here.
That would be a good thing. We couldn't pay you much, but glad you got the job.
You all have a
Save
copy
time.
of Prepped Right Painting's estimate for the outside of the building. I finally, the phone call just before the meeting started, or just as it started, was from the other person who gave us an estimate back in March, and they've withdrawn their bid.
Too busy.
Withdrew his bid.
So you're gonna throw this on Public Works too?
No, they're not painters.
Wait a minute.
So,
Judging by my neighborhood, they're not chainsaw people
So
either.
what's the total here? We have to add all
Turn
of
the
it?
no,
page,
it's on
no.
the back, on the top of the back page.
13,795, top of the second.
13,795.
Other side, page 2. Right here, Pat.
Oh,
By
you
your
don't
hand.
have it.
Oh, I have it upside down.
Where is it?
So,
Hold on, I got it upside down.
It
let
came,
me sum up here. We have a brick building with a little trim, and they want 13 grand to paint the trim.
4,000 of that is the lift.
yeah, read the
Okay, so
estimate.
that means they want $8,000 to paint the trim.
But they have
Read
to
the estimate.
they have to sandblast the metal downstairs. Have you seen it? It's all rusted. Under the doors, have you seen that?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So read the
$13,000.
estimate.
$13,000.
Rust cleaner or sandblasting, okay.
Yep.
So the question, because it says lift rental 2 weeks just in case of bad weather, do we get a credit if they only use it for a week?
2 weeks?
He said he'd be more than happy to come in and talk to the board.
$13,000?
Yeah.
And the other guy was
Got
what,
that, I'd be happy
4,000?
too.
Well, remember, he withdrew his bid.
It only works in the best condition,
Maybe I should put in a bid, I'll get a little free time coming up.
okay? Rent a lift,
When I talked to this one about aerial
get
and
it from Billy
whatnot,
Wilder for
it's
less
the
than
same
4 grand.
estimate.
Oh, yeah.
What is?
I talked to him about, he was, getting up to the second floor, and
Yeah.
he withdrew his bid.
Why'd you scare him?
When I saw the cost on this one, I was frightened by the cost on this one.
Plus,
So I
what-
just wanted to make sure, and I also, when I asked him, is that still good? And basically, by the time I got done, he said he was too busy, so I guess I did.
What was the original bid, Captain?
Different company?
3,850 from a different company.
So 3,850 versus 13,000.
He forgot the one.
He forgot the second floor.
Okay, this says, so the
one
bid
in
that I
front
just
of the
gave you
free
says
Joe.
3,850, says exterior painting of town hall trim molding doors, railing, and all non-brick exterior.
I think, didn't we approximately 7 years or so have an estimate of painting? And it was in the 10,000 range?
Not in my lifetime.
I think it's just before.
It was a
you
while
were-
ago.
it was
It would
Sandy
be
and I
just
that went
before
out.
me, maybe.
Yep,
But it was around 10,000?
yeah, I was trying to find that.
I might have it.
I think I sent out 14 requests for this, and I only got 2 back, and people came and looked at it, and then walked away.
Where are we spending the monies this year for the town hall repairs?
Room spending it,
Awning,
carpeting, and awnings.
And that
Well, we
takes
got-
up all of it?
we're gonna try carpeting again?
Let's not get off onto that.
do the rest next
It's
year.
gonna be here till midnight.
So it will take all of, the carpeting and the awnings will take all of the money that we set aside?
Oh, the carpeting alone will take more.
So if we were to do this, we need to budget this for next year, or do it the end of the year if we have monies left over?
My suggestion would be to budget the carpeting again, because if you go outside and you look at the metal,
Yeah, I would do the paint.
Yeah. It's in
you are
sad
going
shape.
to lose it.
It's in sad shape. You'll have to replace it.
And I don't think I even want to know what that would
Well, I don't
cost.
know if you have to replace it now, but there's some rust.
It's getting real thin.
Yeah,
from
it's
the
only a
rust.
matter of
You
time.
gonna do the same color?
I think it'll be easier.
Same color?
I don't care what color it is, as long as it's not fuchsia,
Damn,
Or pink.
$15,000.
or lavender, or red.
Don't even mention those names.
Where did we get the money for the senior center roof? Didn't that come out of
We
the?
encumbered from last year.
Okay, never mind it. I thought that came out of town
We
hall.
encumbered.
I mean, if anybody
We encumbered
knows
it from last year.
of another painter that might be interested, but
Do I have to be
The
insured?
rusted parts down, like around the steps and all that
Of
stuff.
course.
I'd give you a better price.
no, if you go out there, there's those center kind of columns, those are metal.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
They're
the lower,
rusting
the
up.
lower stuff, right?
It's all rusting,
Yeah.
kind of from the windowsill down.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But he said that he'd be more than glad to come in and have a conversation with the Board of Selectmen. He also sent, I didn't ask him, you'll see he sent all his certificates.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him for those, he
And
sent them.
And he's going to test it, the building for lead, if healing anywhere, and
I
then
say we go
can-
ahead and do it.
And then we can take care of
Get it done.
lead removal.
But it'll be a perfect time to get it done, because then we'll have the awnings and everything will be done nice. Did Johnny repair the broken window?
We had a broken window?
Oh, we've had a broken window for, we've
Since
had a broken
January.
window
Oh.
since January.
In the basement. I thought you meant one of these.
He's
The
got a
painting, you
lift,
mean?
yeah.
Oh. So I'll make a motion,
About that yet.
I'll make a motion to accept the bid for prepped right painting.
Second.
And let me, $13,795. Discussion.
Whoever came up with the question about the lift, I think should be asked.
Yep, let's ask that question.
What?
The lift.
If it's less than 2 weeks, do we get a break on the,
Lift rental.
any credit returned on the,
Have to.
yep, so that's a must. So when we go back and say, yes, we will do this, however, if it doesn't take 2 weeks of a rental for a lift, we want credit back on that lift money
What's he good,
set aside.
what's he gonna do about blocking the sidewalk?
Now, that's what I want to know. Protect the public from lift operations. How does he
You'll have
propose
to
to do
completely
that?
block the sidewalk on this side.
Is that cones? Is that a guide down on the sidewalk? Hey, look out. I'm
Means we'll
curious
have to
as to
send
what
people
he
out onto the
proposed.
street.
Could be a chain link fence, the
It could be.
construction ones, they just,
Yeah. Could be. Whatever it is.
Good question.
Yeah, because if they're sandblasting, they have to have that anyway, right?
probably just because of the
Right.
flying debris.
Debris.
Gonna be something.
Okay. Call the question? All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Opposed?
Not
I
this
vote
year.
yes.
Oh, let's do this again.
Well, yeah,
No, that's 3 yeses.
Three strangers. Not everybody's voted yet, so, all right, abstain.
I'll join John with a no.
All right.
And I'm gonna vote yes.
The motion passes.
Joyce, will you contact him?
I think it'll cost more to
Ask him those
replace the
questions.
metal if we don't take care of the
Oh, yeah.
metal now. The only reason I care.
I don't think his phone number's
That's the
on.
only reason I
No, I
care.
It's the lift that's costing us.
Yeah, and so we might whittle it down a bit, but
Have him
if
wash
we have
the
to
windows
replace those
after
metal
he's done
bulkhead doors or the
all the
frames
dust
because we
and
didn't
the-
paint them. I would have a problem with that.
After you do the painting, a lot of times the dust from scraping goes on the window, so will he wash this?
It said something about protecting the windows and the sidewalk and everything else. Don't know what he
awnings.
proposes, but if he gets it on the
Okay,
windows, we'll talk.
also under the, our email that the chief has sent us a note that he and Tim created a link on their site for police logs, and people can subscribe to them. And Ryan will upload them each week. There is an issue with having, Ryan's been sending it to the Echo, the police logs, and they're not being published in a timely fashion. We have records of the emails actually being sent to the Echo, but there's no record of them being published.
No, I spoke to the editor of the Echo, and he said that he's been looking for them and asked for them, and they haven't been getting them because they got discontinued sending them, and they've been sporadic at least, and they more than want to have them.
Because they publish any blotters that go in.
So they're not, if we sent the emails, but they're not recognizing what they are, there's a problem in communication somehow, right?
What, can they forward one of the emails to me from?
Yeah, you've got it in your email.
That was a letter from yesterday. It was a typewritten letter from yesterday. I'm talking about for the last 3 months.
Yeah.
The captain, this happened before. And, oh yeah, it was, we sent it to the wrong one, we got the right one now. And then it went, and then
So
they-
reply back to that and say, could you give me,
forward the email that you sent, so I can check the email. Because I spoke to the editor, and he said he has not been getting them.
Well, then we got a communication issue somewhere. We can fix that, I hope.
Yeah. Well, we did have problems with this before,
Yeah, yeah.
and the exact same thing.
okay. All right, Catherine, is that it, or you got more?
What did we decide about the sign out there?
Gonna get
Parking
one,
space, we're gonna get one?
just like before.
Did we vote?
Nope.
No, we all said yes.
No, we didn't all say yes.
Motion
Some
to
of
get
us
a-
said yes.
Motion to get
I
a
said
sign
yes.
for that
I
parking
don't wanna
space,
spend a sign.
identical to the one on
Spend money
the
on a
School Street
sign.
side.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes?
No,
Yes.
Yes. Let the record show.
just a waste of money. 4-1.
Make the town clerk happy.
All right. Is that what that was about? I didn't want to
No.
do that.
No, I sit out there and watch, and then I see people come, and they go to pull in, and then they pull out, and then they circle around, and you see them come back and look, and then eventually they'll park out here.
All right.
It's usually an older person, young people just go on, and then you see them come up the street.
That it?
Yep, I'm good.
John, do you have anything?
May not be good, but
No,
I'm
the
done.
Conservation Commission meets next Monday.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. I went to the, as an abutter to the meeting the other night for the gas station going across the street from Lowe's. They've got some good stuff. The plan's very well thought out and everything. However, just not real happy about it because they decided to locate the diesel fueling right next to where all the houses are, as opposed to they could have done it reverse. But they amended the hours of operation to match our ordinance. And like I said, the plans looked really good, and they looked like they were doing everything they could to protect the environment.
Tanks
and
above or
do it.
below ground?
They're below ground.
It's underground.
Be better if they were above.
25,000 gallon tank.
We got them
If you
On the-
have
on the hill.
a spill prevention, you know when it's happening, where in the ground.
Well, they have
Well,
the
there's a lot
double
of
walls with the
yards in the ground,
sensors
yeah.
in them and all that, but,
Yeah, and then what happens when condensation develops?
so I think we're getting,
Those tanks are surrounded by an interstitial
They pump.
space that it is completely enclosed underground. Any liquid that pools under, there's a sensor, Vita-Root makes the sensor. If it gets within like an inch of any kind of breach from the tank to the interstitial, the alarms ring like nobody's business. And you have to
All
get in
systems
touch
fail.
with DES when that happens. There's no messing around with underground storage tanks.
All systems fail.
True enough, it would have to puncture the inside galvanized steel tank and the outer, the heavy-duty liner, both to leak into the ground prior to DES being notified, and they have to be notified the same day, so
So
it could happen, anything could happen.
That was good. Hoping to get some brush cut down by the river, Salmon Run area. Probably do some on Saturday. I think Saturday morning. Gonna be
That we're
good.
doing? Helms would have to go down there and dig and
I'm-
plant.
Yeah, just a little nicing it up. I'm gonna be cutting some brush, but I don't mind doing it. I'm gonna run the kids drag some brush up, so
Okay.
you don't have to wear your thorn clothes.
Elastic around your pants.
I'll bring
so
a
that
rope
you
that
don't
won't
get in.
break.
Bring
Remember the
some
last
bug
thing?
stuff,
I'll
though.
bring bug
Yeah.
stuff. I'll bring a rope that won't break.
I'll bring a camera.
I'll bring these.
Bring
Lemonade,
the beer.
leeches.
Bringing
I'll
beer
hold
to
you
what?
to it. For me.
I'll go. What did you bring in beer to? I'll go.
No, change the discussion. Joe, what do you got for us?
Okay, Catherine, yes, on the corn and dogs,
I
and
saw
I'll
that.
take
I
care of,
saw that.
I'll
Thank
take care
you.
of that with Bob Hardy.
All right, good.
All right, I have here some stuff.
What's that?
At Riverfront Park, the Parks Commissioners have opted to sell hot dogs and popcorn the night when Kent Fenimore is playing and the
Yep.
fireworks go and whatever.
Yep.
And none of them has the expertise necessarily to
Yep.
produce mass volumes all of a sudden.
Right.
And I do, so if I can help them out and make that smoother for them,
Excellent.
hallelujah.
Well, now that I know that there'll be hot dogs and corn dogs there, I won't eat before we get there.
Nobody said corn dogs.
Popcorn.
Corn dog, popcorn.
Oh.
Corn dogs are something that have to be deep
Hot
fried.
dog's fine.
Don't want to,
I love corn dogs.
Okay,
We have a
second,
popcorn machine up
I
at
go
the...
to the fair.
I know that, I'm planning on
Crispin
that.
corn dogs. I know they don't go
Well, I'm going
together.
to ask the committee and then, and I've got plans. I'll be in touch. I'm not going to just take
Committee,
it. I'm not going to just take it.
Don't look at me and say I'm going to ask the committee. Okay,
He's looking at
move on.
Well, I'm going to ask Emily. I figure Emily's
No.
in charge. Okay, I have some information here about
Shut up.
Alcoholics Anonymous and attending meetings. It's an informational thing, and they have a list of the
Restart.
meetings here. And I would like to have permission to put one, it's got a little rip the number off thing on the bottom, and put it, if I can find a space, put it on the bulletin board down in the front office thing. More information for people who need help. And I've got a meeting list that I would like to pin up somewhere as well, so people have access to this information with the board's approval. It's not AA, it's Al-Anon, which is basically for the families of people who are on alcohol and drugs, and provides them support and tries to get them some answers.
It's a good group.
They've done wonderful work. I can't speak for every person in the group, but the group as a whole, I think, promotes a positive thing for the community, and God knows our community can use some positive things. So is that a
I
yes?
think we have a policy for that, right?
Yeah, we can put that up.
As long as I bring it to the Board of Selectmen,
That was
because it's our
spaced
board.
and- Yeah.
No, we have a policy. It
Put a
benefits
date- I
all.
think you put a date on it.
It does, and,
It's a nonprofit.
well, even if I move it around periodically, this is information that doesn't go bad. Okay, so I'll take care of that. Oh, Jesus, I just had a list.
There it is, Joe, right over there. Keep going.
Oh,
You're
thank
going on the
God.
back of Pat's
If I
agenda.
have to remember this off the top of my head. The underground storage tank, based on the information I had, now, we are closing the underground storage tank.
We are?
We are.
Good.
The date, well, the Board of Selectmen voted to close the tank. I took that authorization, and at the last emergency meeting, Last Friday, we took a vote, and with the exception of the Water District, who would have voted yes if they were there, they had an emergency come up, everybody voted to terminate the contract. And that means the tank will be closed, dug up, dug out, and closed down. It's going to cost us. We have $20,000 or thereabouts. It's going to cost approximately $25,000 to close the tank. It's going to cost in excess of $115,000 to bring it up to code if we went that way. So it's going to cost us some money. Now, there's $5,000, again, approximate, that is unaccounted for currently. But it would be allocated by gallons used.
Usage, yeah.
And I believe, I got a list of the fuel usage in my packet. I don't know if anybody
So
else.
Tilton is not going to owe
No, we
$5,000.
own
It's split among
It's
percentage.
5 ways, and then it's a percentage, and the school district is really on the hook here because they're going to
It's
pay
minimal.
well in excess of half of it.
Yep, okay.
So we're looking at, I
Get
don't
it
know.
done.
If I say $1,500, it's already being done, because we already voted to close the tank. Now, options, because in the middle of August, we're supposed to have a federal inspection, which we are not going to pass, and which we're going to call off. The only way we could call off is, and Whitney over in Northfield, who's the queen of the tank, said she's already been authorized to contact GAF and make a date that this can be pulled out, and started to make notifications to DES and the federal government. We don't want the inspection because we're going to close the tank. Here's the certification. We're going through all the things we have to go through. And the $25,000 figure to close the tank is provided they dig the tank up and there's no problems. Now, we've yet to experience any problems with the tank. Do not anticipate experiencing any problems with the tank. Could we have problems with the removal of the tank? You betcha. On August 1st,
Never.
on August 1st, they're going to pump the tank. So that after we give the date, they'll pump the tank. We have to pay $1.55 a gallon to get rid of that fuel, because it can't just be gotten rid of.
What?
You can't just dump it in the river. I mean, you have to take it away unless you've got a place to store it. Now, that comes in the next part of my talk. You could store, Joyce Gale, 1,275 gallons. How much is it you could store above ground?
But right now,
650 gallons if we had the storage. We could store above ground at Public Works.
at that price, our contract price is what? $3 and something?
$3.21, I believe.
And our price that we can get gas at right now is at 2 something?
Now, that's with the taxes. We're getting to that part of it.
Okay.
Okay, there's more information. But it would cost us $1.55 to have it removed. I don't know if that's $1.55. That's why I'm going to charge you to pump each gallon out, and you do what you want with it, or we take it away, or that's a gray area that Whitney.
Diesel or gas?
Both.
Can we check with local contractors who might want to get it, if we were able to get rid of it?
Whitney is in the process of
Okay.
trying to find alternatives, but that's where we stand right this very
Get
instant.
$1 a gallon instead of having to pay $1.55. It's
I'd say that if we have any way to do it, we store 600 and whatever gallons at Public Works for lawnmowers, weed whackers. They have cranks that you can pump it into trucks.
Oh, it goes bad after a while.
I don't want to pay $1.55 to get rid of gasoline.
Is there, like, community action program, stuff like that we've been giving money to, that we could offer them some fuel, things that help out in the community, to fill up their bus, the senior bus, all those for a while to get the fuel down?
We could do that. But that's just
I'd
an
like to see some
informational thing, and we're
community
trying to change it
giveaway.
now. Let me see, now that I've been diverted, I had this whole thing in my head. Okay, they'll smack it one time, it can't hurt. $1.55 a gallon, then, okay, I'm gonna go with that and say that that's my report. Oh, the money.
Almost had them.
You almost had me, but your question, the money. What are our options? All right, the underground storage tank closes. What do we do? Where do we go?
Irving.
I know where we're going.
Now, the thing is that there are two viable options that I can think of. Well, there are three viable options, but I'll discount the first one, which is the state. They've got a thing over on 140, they got a thing down in Franklin. You can't buy diesel on 140. So if we were going to fill up at the state, we'd have to go to Franklin. It's a travel back and forth and the time. In addition to which, the state is locked into a 3-year program instead of the Tilton's 1-year program. They're a year into that, and they pay $1 more a gallon than we do. And will for the next 2 years. So I don't think the state is necessarily the answer in the short term. That does not mean that we could not revisit that when they got a new contract price. Irving will give us the base price of the gasoline minus the taxes. So let's just say we're at, what, $2.21 right now, and taxes are 40 cents. We would pay $1.81 a gallon. You know, and as far as I can see, they're going to do all the calculations for us when they send us a bill. There would be monthly billing. Each car or vehicle would get a card, and the card stays with the vehicle. And you could tell car 54, where are you? No, car 54 used
Much better program.
47 gallons this month, 47 gallons that month, 47 gallons
Wait
this
for
month, 300 gallons. What happened?
Where you been going?
You know, yeah, where have you been
Way off
driving
on the
this
gas
car?
pedal.
They will send us a monthly statement with a list of the vehicles on it, not what the total usage is, and they will bill us. The other option is the Shell station right across the street, which is Evans Express Mart. They just put in giant tanks there. They have the diesel as well. Maybe easier in and out at the Shell station than it would be over at the Irving.
Huh?
Yeah,
Are you serious?
maybe. It depends on which way you're going.
Right turn only.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
right,
you turn
maybe.
you turn in to the right, and then when you leave, you turn to the right as well. It would take more planning. But at the Irving, if you're trying to go to the left or trying to cut across traffic, you have some of those.
You also have a new gas station going in,
Since when did the police ever
They
have
got, where's the new gas station?
problems
Oh,
melding into
across from
traffic?
Lowe's, so when that, so, you know, if we don't want
across
to
from
get bulk
Applebee's.
contract.
No,
That one?
The Global.
no, Chili's.
They come in.
Chili's.
Where?
Directly across the street from Lowe's
Chili's,
Drive.
across from Chili's,
Auto
yeah.
service.
Yeah, the auto serve station.
Who is it, John?
That,
Global.
so they're usually
Well, are
good.
they going to be up and running prior to
Well, that's
August
some-
1st? Probably not, but something
No,
we could
but-
look into.
But when you, if you make an agreement or a contract, think about it,
Keep
the
them in
Global will be
mind.
coming
They
in
won't,
there.
see, Irving won't
They're
give us a contract.
Just
I
day
don't
by
know
day?
about the Shell.
Okay.
Okay, so you could leave them and go to Global or whoever.
You could leave, we're not locked into anything, as far
Irving's
as I know.
Canadian, so our dollar is good, they probably want it.
As far as I know. Now, have either of you over there at the Queen table pursued this on any level to this point?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Love it! Yes!
We're talking about gasoline,
Yes.
we're talking about Irving and/or the Evans Express Mart, the Shell station, a potential with a place called Global across from Chili's ultimately, and where are we going to get our fuel commencing on August 1st? So we have to be in touch with the people at, I don't know, their managers to start with, I would think, and find out what hoops we have to jump through, what things do we have to sign in order to get the cards for the cars and,
Yes, and I asked Tim, I sent everything to Tim.
okay, so you do have information.
Yes, and because he's the contract negotiator.
Excellent.
He's going to fill out the application
Perfect.
for Irving.
Irving.
But my question is,
now I'm hearing that you want more. You want...
I just wanted the information you have to date.
Yeah, that I gave everything, Tim's
Yeah.
on top of everything. He's going to fill out the application form for Irving.
I would have him get in touch with Evans Express Mart as well.
Okay?
And maybe this global thing, but global, at least the shell for right this second, because we've got a timeline, and global won't be involved for 6 months, probably.
That's going to be a while to build that.
To find out what we're going to do on August 1st, pardon me?
I think they'll be.
I think you're going to be
fast.
surprised how quickly that's going to go
Yeah.
up.
Well, that would be great. I've got no preconceived notions about where we go. I just know that we have to be hooked up before August 1st. So if you would pursue all those options and find out what the best deal for us is, like I say, I know Irving will give us the cards and the accounting. I don't know about the other two, but we can check and find out. All right. And that is the basis of my report right now. I don't have a date for the tank closure per se, even if it's in the ground. On August 10th, we won't be using it,
Really?
because the gas will be pumped out as of a certain date, per the DES. If we're closing it, and we have a date to close it for the 15th, they're only gonna, it's gotta be pumped out by a certain time.
So they wouldn't buy the gas back, the fuel back?
Whitney's trying to figure out what we can do to alleviate paying them $1.55 to pump gasoline out of the ground that we own. Where does that go? What do we do? How do we get?
Every bus down there, get every truck down there,
Yeah.
every car
Fill 'em
down there.
Fill them all on the last day. Oh, you bet.
Whatever's left.
Well,
can-
contact
Cap-
local contractors that
Yeah.
carry the tanks behind their trucks and say, come fill them up at our rate.
Well, maybe.
Even
There
if we
was
have to
one
pay them a
more
little.
part of that.
Well, they'd be buying the gas from us.
Well, if they bought
I
it for
don't know if we're
$1.50 and
allowed
we
to sell
ate...
gas
No, they'd
that's
have to
not
pay what we
taxed.
pay at the pump.
Well, no, I'd
We
charge
can't-
them less instead of paying the $1.55.
Peter, we can't get involved in that
If it
because
came
it's
to that.
non-taxed gas.
Gotta be used for municipal purposes, right?
Well, then,
We could
no,
donate it.
well, then, no, what you do, you find the contractors with the off-road vehicles. If the loader stays off-road, they could do it, because it'd be non-taxed.
We
You
can't
have
file the tax exemption form that they'd have to do. to-
You have 5 separate
If-
entities that
Well, we
would have
could
to
donate
sign
it.
off on that plan,
Yeah.
which may or may not be a thing.
Or all the senior bus, and stuff like that.
Will we get to drop out if that doesn't work out?
You can give it away.
Hey, but I'll let you, I say August 1st, but that's our tentative date. Depends on when we can actually get the tank removed, and when we notify DEF of that fact, they'll say, okay, you gotta do this and that, because they're gonna have to send people and inspectors for every step of removal of the tank.
What do we heat with in the garage? Is that diesel or is that?
Heating oil, which is similar.
It's number 2 oil.
It's the same, it's
We using
slightly
heating
different.
oil or gas down there?
It's yeah, maybe diesel. I don't know if you can use number 2 in a
They
truck.
were
I
using
wouldn't bother.
gas down there.
I think it's natural,
They don't have any substantial above-ground storage. They have used oil, and they have fuel oil, and that's it. That I know, because I asked Johnny about above-ground storage tanks. He does not have one currently.
Okay. That it? We made the decision?
That's it, we made the decision. Okay, that, and this. Old Home Day is Saturday, June 25th. Going to be a beautiful day. We're going to have a parade. The crosswalks will be freshly painted. Come on down. Notice I threw the crosswalks in?
Don't promise that.
I'm promising because Johnny promised me.
so we're gonna paint them and then have them milled up.
Okay, I've got 2 of my evaluations. I met with the employees these are my thoughts, what are your thoughts? They both understand that I was not giving them an evaluation. I wanted to hear what they thought about the new evaluation form and what I thought. So by next week, I'll have completed the evaluations and give them out to the board so you guys can look at them and what have you. I've only got Gail Catherine and Heather left to do. The window is in at the senior center. It's not completely cased out. The guy is supposed to come back tomorrow and finish that off. It's going to work just fine, and the office is so much brighter in there.
Cross that off my list.
It's a wonderful thing. But then I'm going to ask, when are we going to get the senior center outbuildings roof done? We paid for that how long ago? We paid thousands of dollars for this guy to buy metal. And today, at least, I saw a scaffolding out in the backyard, and it wasn't completely set up or whatever. But we had thousands of dollars invested in this, and promises that these things were going to be taken care of. They have not been taken care of, and I was just wondering if we need to pursue this person.
He's been in touch with me. His wife had a baby 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then had to go back into the hospital.
Well, that's sad.
So the scaffolding is up, the material has been ordered, and he expects to get in there this week or early next week.
Okay. That takes care of, I have one more thing. I had expressed interest to the Board of Directors at the Pines Community Center that I would like to be on their Board of Directors. I was told at that time that the election of officers was until the 29th of September or whatever, and that I couldn't make application till then or whatever. I have since found out that that if I applied to be installed on the board now, that they would, they send them a letter, and I think I could be on the board. My original request to the Pines Community Center was months ago, and some of the circumstances have changed since when I made my request. Now I'm finding out I could be on the board of directors. And I haven't replied to them because I feel that maybe there could be some conflict with me being on the board and then having a vote at this table. I just said, I can't even point to anything specific. You know what I mean? But
You have to abstain from the vote.
and I don't know if
Either
I
at that
want to.
table or my table.
That's right, and I'm not sure I would want to do that at either side. If I took on that, if I took that on, I would want to do my very best to
Both.
help the Pines. Or I abstain from both. But
What good is it?
then why even bother showing up? Well, no, I think I can help the Pines with their
Yeah.
organizational things and their PR things, perhaps, and I have a good institutional knowledge of budgeting, and there's a lot I could bring to the table, but I was just wanted to get some feedback from the Board of Selectmen. This is my main allegiance. Pure and simple, this is it. I'm a selectman in Tilton before I'm anything else. And I don't want to put myself in a position, selectman from Tilton's on the board of directors over there.
Then I would wait and see how this all pans out.
I can always wait till September.
You can, I'm sure that knowing you can help them,
I think it would
even
be-
though you're not
yeah.
on the board.
I've been trying to help to whatever limited extent that I can help with, Well, what do? It's like, well, if I were you, I would do this or that and so forth, but, so I'm going to write them and tell them that I'll go to their September meeting and we can discuss it then.
Is their board full?
No, it's
How
not.
many vacancies?
I don't know.
7 to 20 they can have, and they have 7 right now.
Do we have a breakdown on which towns?
They have 2 from Tilton right now.
Is Pat Clark still on their board?
No.
I think having a Tilton residence on their board can only
I
be a
think you'd
good
be a
thing.
great asset, but you're
But,
right,
the but.
there's a conflict.
It's like,
I shouldn't say,
you might have to abstain.
there's definitely an
Talk to them
inward
and us.
conflict.
There's a potential for a conflict
Right.
and not being able to vote at one of those meetings.
Probably be very ineffectual.
Yep.
I think you'd be really frustrated because you can't,
And,
you can't.
and that might just be, it would be far too frustrating.
We
But,
could put it out there if anybody's interested in sitting on the board, there's openings.
so, if anybody out there is considering that they could be an asset to the Pines Community Center, and they need every community asset that they can get, please apply to Rosemarie Welch.
Yes.
Yes.
Welch at the Pines Community Center, and she'll let you know what the process is for being a member of the Board of Directors, because they need community involvement. Thank you, and that's the end of and that's what I'll do. I'll wait till September.
Okay.
And that's the end of my thing.
I have a general question. Do we post on the town's website boards and committees that are in need of members? Do we do that regularly? Or do the committees have to say post because we need members?
No, if we're aware that there's vacancies,
Okay, so the committees have to let them know.
yeah, and the
Planning board needs members
yeah,
desperately.
yeah, planning board.
I already announced that tonight.
Did you know?
I didn't hear,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, yeah,
We don't have
All right.
alternates either.
I'm good.
I announced alternates as well.
Oh, good, thank
All
you.
right, so Joe took my senior center
oh, I'm sorry.
bid up there. Chris from Haywood, Homelock Construction, has finished the window, and he will finish up on the closets. He's got just little temporary, very small details, sanding on the door and things like that, the old doors that he repaired, and then they're ready for paint. And then he's got the trim around the window, and then he'll be completely finished. What else was there? Have we had any decisions on Mansville Road?
Trees?
No, on the,
Yeah, we did
On
decide
the,
the trees.
No, I was the railroad track trees. Do we have to?
Well, the drainage issue?
talk about
We
that?
did a
drainage.
drainage thing.
are we repairing it, or do we?
He hasn't.
No, nobody's heard to how that's gonna be repaired.
I thought it was more or less decided at the meeting, what, 3 weeks ago? Johnny was going to move the inlet pipe, there was talk about that kind of stuff, and extend the pipe, and...
Right, and I thought that's what happened, but if you read the weekly report of the planning,
Yeah.
whatever comes out, next to Mansville on one of them, either last week or the week before, it says, still in planning.
Yeah, there was no definitive
So I don't know.
resolution.
Okay. That's my question. Okay. That's it. Then any more come before us in a public meeting? Then I'll make a motion to go into non-public for RSA 91A:3, personnel. And what was the other one? Legal.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
We are red is on, the time being 9:14. I would like to make a motion to seal the minutes of the non-public session as it pertains to personnel until hell freezes over, and, I mean permanently, and as it pertains to legal matters until those legal matters might be adjudicated.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
At this time, I would like to make a motion to go home, adjourn our meeting. Get the heck out of here. Heck, I said heck, Joyce.
Like that mouse, still.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Catherine voted with her feet. That's what I always say.
Individually, when I've talked, is the camera on?
Yep.
No, it's no, it's
No,
not
it's
off.
off. I went over and shut it off.
Is it?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You didn't.
No, I didn't. I turned it back on again.
No. Good night.
See you, bye. And that was the end of a lovely meeting.